The case of Tracy Roberts. In 1998, the Tracy Roberts family relocated from Chicago to the small town of Early, Iowa. The couple, Tracy and Michael, were in their second marriages and each had a son from previous relationships. Tracy was American, while Michael was originally from Australia. They were seen as a respectable young family by the local community. Michael was a computer expert who ran an IT business from home, with many innovative ideas he aimed to pursue. Tracy is an active and sociable housewife who enjoys sports. The couple met online and got married just 18 days after meeting in person. They have since had 2 children, a boy and a girl, and appear to be a very happy family. Many people admired Michael's determination, including his neighbor Mona, a real estate broker with whom they had completed several successful transactions. Mona was eager to continue working with Michael. She said that her 20-year-old son, Dustin, was very private and had a hard time keeping a job. He had tried many different positions but had not been able to hold any for long. Michael suggested that help Dustin discover his strengths. Later, he began teaching Dustin the basics of business. He took him on trips and supported him in attending church. Michael was generally seen as kind, pleasant, and empathetic, while his wife was regarded as sweet and sociable. They raised 3 children together, with Tracy managing the household and children while Michael focused on work, often traveling for business. However, an unexpected situation happened to Tracy's family. On the evening of December 13, 2001, in the town of Early, Tracy was in the kitchen preparing dinner with her children. While the food was being heated, she was also bathing her 1-year-old daughter upstairs. Meanwhile, her 2 older boys, ages 3 and 11, were watching television in the older boy's bedroom. Suddenly, the boys were startled by a piercing scream from their mother. The eldest, Bert, rushed to see what was happening. He saw Tracy trying to enter the room, but someone grabbed her by the hair and pulled her back into the hallway. Holding her baby daughter, Tracy managed to hand her over to Bert before a struggle with the attacker ensued. Tracy slammed the door shut behind her, and the boys could hear the sounds of a struggle and their mother's muffled cries for help. Terrified and unsure of what to do, Bert listened as the noises escalated. Then, after a brief silence, a shot rang out. During the attack, Tracy managed to defend herself against the criminals. One was killed, and the other escaped. Bert called 911 around 7 p.m., reporting that strangers had broken into their home and attacked his mother. Police officers took the call seriously and rushed to the address. It was unclear what had happened to Tracy and her 3 children at that time. Paramedics then arrived to find the children sobbing and Tracy repeatedly shouting that an intruder was still upstairs and pointing towards the stairs. However, as per protocol, paramedics could not enter the house until police had confirmed that the house was secure. The police arrived and went up to the 2nd floor where they found a young man lying dead in a pool of blood. There was no one else in the room. Tracy was quickly placed in an ambulance by a doctor and taken to the nearest medical center. The scene revealed a shocking crime. The entire family was overwhelmed and confused by the situation. The police began an investigation to shed light on this complicated situation. The small town where the incident occurred was a quiet and peaceful community of about 500 residents, all of whom knew each other well. The police began their investigation by questioning Bert, the eldest son. Bert had witnessed an attack on his mother. The attacker had pulled her hair back. Stunned, the boy knew he had to act to protect himself and the other children, so he grabbed a baseball bat, ready to fight off anyone who entered his room. When the chaos died down, he could only hear his mother breathing heavily. Finally, he heard the voices of 2 men outside starting to bang on the door. In fear, the boy began to scream, trying to scare the intruders away. Outside, the men shouted about having guns, and then several shots were fired. Suddenly, his mother opened the door. Bert was relieved that it was finally over. He then called 911. After hearing about the incident, Mona rushed to the scene. She was looking for her 20-year-old son, Dustin, a family friend. His car was parked in a private driveway, but when she arrived, the entire area, including Dustin's car, was cordoned off. She was not allowed into Tracy's house. Mona asked the officers about her son's condition, but they told her that he was dead. Dustin was found lying in a pool of blood near a second-floor bedroom. Tracy had shot him during a struggle. The police did not share any further information with Mona. Tracy woke up in a hospital 20 kilometers from her home. She had injuries to her neck that suggested she had been strangled. Tracy told the police what had happened that night. While she was bathing her daughter on the second floor, she heard noises downstairs. Thinking that her husband had returned early from a business trip, she went down to check. But she discovered two men. When they started to go upstairs, Tracy quickly took her daughter to Bert's room and left the three children in the room. She then tried to enter the room and close the door, but one of the men grabbed her hair and dragged her into the hallway. Then one of the attackers used her jeans to strangle her. During the struggle, Tracy lost consciousness and the attackers lost focus. When she regained consciousness, she heard screaming outside the door. Realizing this was her chance to escape, she got up and ran to the gun safe next to the bed in the master bedroom. Although the attackers chased her, she managed to turn a few numbers and retrieve a gun. Tracy aimed at them and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened because the safety was still on. The attackers were caught off guard, allowing her to fire again after removing the safety. The loud bang stunned her, and she continued to fire at the attackers until the room filled with smoke. Tracy didn't see the criminals, but she heard someone running away from the house. One of the criminals fell, while the other managed to escape. She also heard her frightened children calling her name, so she rushed into the room and opened the door. In a moment of panic, her son swung a bat at her, trying to protect himself, and she narrowly avoided being hit. The most important thing was that the children were safe. As the smoke cleared in the main bedroom, Tracy saw Dustin, a 20-year-old, lying on the floor but still alive. He began to get up, and in her shock, she grabbed the gun and ordered him to stay down, desperate for everything to stop. She yelled at him not to move, but Dustin, who was the son of her friend Mona, didn't listen. He stood up and approached her. Worried for her and the children's safety, she fired several shots, and Dustin fell to his death. Tracy recounted that earlier that day, Dustin visited their home. When he discovered that her husband was away on a business trip, he lingered on the porch for a long time, seemingly unwilling to leave. His behavior was unusual, and Tracy ultimately had to shut the door in his face. The Tracy described a second participant in the crime as tall, with dark hair, around 30 years old, but she never saw his face. That evening, Tracy's husband, Michael, was on a business trip in Minneapolis. It was unclear why Dustin, whom Michael was helping, would attack Tracy and their children. The second killer was still at large, raising fears that he might return for revenge. This left Tracy feeling fearful, she unable to sleep because she was worried about her family's safety. The police had a hard time identifying the second suspect, based only on the vague description provided by Tracy. They began investigating Dustin's social connections to determine who might have accompanied him to Tracy's family home. Many people considered Tracy a hero. She gave many interviews to journalists. In front of the cameras, she and her husband, Michael, held hands, and she calmly said that she did what she had to do to protect her family, and the whole hall applauded. Many people thought that her actions were justified. Tracy was brave. She could protect not only herself but also her children. The police were wary of accepting anyone's testimony without evidence, so they began a thorough investigation of the events surrounding the case, finding the story unconvincing. Mona was going through the most difficult time of her life and was heartbroken. To her, the circumstances of her son's murder, as Tracy described them, were meaningless. She was haunted by nightmares of the attack that took her son's life. Mona, the mother of the young man who was shot, spoke to the media about her shock over the incident. She described Dustin as a kind person who had never shown aggression and had no criminal history. There was no reason for him to attack the Tracy family. However, Dustin had to see a psychologist with his mother. He had difficulty making friends at school, was often bullied, and was excluded from parties and celebrations. Despite seeing many doctors, they gave him different diagnoses without clear answers. Could his social difficulties lead to a moment of loss of control? Tracy told the police that she had always feared Dustin. She felt extremely unsafe, even around her husband, and she tried to avoid any encounters with Dustin. Under no circumstances would she let him be alone with the children because she believed he would harm them. Mona was shocked by these allegations. She had no idea that Tracy was facing such serious issues with her son. To Mona, everything seemed just the opposite. The police examined the crime scene and concluded that there was no clear motive for the violent attack. They suggested that it could only make sense if it had been planned as a robbery. The Tracy house contained many valuables, leading Tracy to believe that the young criminals aimed to steal cash or one of Michael's collectible weapons. However, the criminals' behavior did not resemble that of typical robbers. They ignored money and jewelry that were easily visible, and instead of trying to steal from Tracy while she was unconscious after being strangled, they focused solely on inflicting violence without any intent to sexually assault her. The police quickly identified a possible motive linked to Tracy and her husband. Not long before the home invasion, Tracy had experienced a traumatic incident. She was sexually assaulted by a dentist while under anesthesia. She regained consciousness during the assault, and the dentist attempted to silence her by promising to help her with her sexual problems and offering her $150,000 in compensation if she remained quiet. Tracy confided in her husband about this, and he urged her to report it to the police. Just 2 days after the dentist's attack on her, she was preparing to testify in court against her dentist, whom she was accusing of rape. He was likely the second person to invade her home, intending to silence her so she could not testify against him. However, police determined that the dentist had no connection to Dustin and had a solid alibi. He was at work at the time. Later, the Tracy recalled another individual who might have wanted her dead. His name was John Pittman, Tracy's first husband. They met while studying medicine at Northwestern University in Chicago. John was a fourth-year student interning at Chicago Clinical Hospital, and 19-year-old Tracy was in her first year of radiology. John was very controlling and aggressive, but Tracy was accustomed to such behavior after growing up with a domineering father, so she considered it normal. She married him, and they eventually moved to Denver, Colorado, where she gave birth to a son. As John tried to control every aspect of her life, she thought it was normal. However, over time, their marriage began to deteriorate. Tracy describes how he often abused her, especially during sex. Eventually, she grew tired of the physical violence, and they divorced. After the divorce, a custody battle began to take place. Bert revealed to his mother that his father had harassed him, leading to a contentious custody battle in court. Although there was no concrete evidence of harassment, Tracy was able to convince those present at the trial. Bert then lived with his mother. However, the long-running custody battle, which was still ongoing when the attack occurred, left John Pittman as a suspect. Even young Bert believed his father may have been involved in the attack. The police contacted John's colleagues in Virginia, where he lived, to confirm whether he had an alibi during the time of the crime. They found that he had a solid alibi. He was working at a clinic when the crime occurred. John denied any involvement and there was no evidence against him. At that time, he was a successful plastic surgeon with an excellent reputation. His acquaintances found it hard to believe that John could harm his son or kill his ex-wife, whom he had not been involved with for a long time. However, John had not been cleared yet and remained a suspect. Months passed without any progress in the case, and Tracy grew increasingly anxious. She felt unsafe knowing that the second attacker was still at large, fearing that he might return to take revenge on her. Meanwhile, the police began investigating the new suspect, Tracy's second husband, Michael. Further investigation revealed that their marriage had long since deteriorated, and the emotional connection between them had faded. Some speculated that Michael may have wanted to get rid of Tracy, a theory that received considerable support from those around them. Bert, Tracy's eldest son, revealed a disturbing truth about his stepfather. The man was very strict and often punished Bert severely for even minor infractions. Meanwhile, Tracy did not address her husband's aggressive behavior or protect her children. It is possible that Tracy had become accustomed to this type of treatment from a young age and did not realize it was a problem. Michael's behavior was noted by the police during a hospital visit where he visited his surviving relatives. His reaction seemed to be genuine shock at finding them still alive, suggesting that this outcome was not what he had wanted. Michael had a strong alibi. He was in another city on business. This was confirmed by CCTV footage. He was later given a lie detector test, but failed it and appeared to be hiding something. The police suspected he may have been involved in planning the attack. He did not inform his wife about the failed lie detector test. Tracy eventually discovered the truth about the lie detector test. Tracy became increasingly paranoid, believing that both her husband and his friend were conspiring against her to gain sole custody of their child. She shared her suspicions with the police chief, citing a dream in which Michael mentioned the plot. Tracy believed that her husband was indeed involved in the case. The police began investigating Michael and discovered that his IT business was struggling and he was in large debt. However, the couple held multi-million-dollar life insurance policies, which may have motivated Michael to eliminate Tracy to solve his financial problems. Additionally, he had a close relationship with Dustin, which may have led him to convince the young man to help him. Despite these theories, there was no concrete evidence linking Michael to any wrongdoing. Tracy and Michael's relationship became increasingly strained. In 2004, 3 years after the attack, they divorced. At the time, police had not found enough evidence to arrest Michael. After the divorce, Tracy and her children moved away. She changed her home, her job, and even her name to escape and protect herself from potential threats. Meanwhile, her friend Mona also moved to another city with her daughters. The tragedy not only affected Dustin's life, but also led to the death of his father a year later. On Thanksgiving Day 2002, Dustin's father chose to end his life at Dustin's grave. The father was devastated by his son's death, especially because of the judgmental looks from others who viewed Dustin as a dangerous criminal. Meanwhile, Mona, devastated by a series of losses, could not stop questioning what really happened the day her son arrived at Tracy's house. Mona refused to believe that he intended to hurt the people he admired. Michael's family was important to Dustin. He struggled with social interactions and felt safe and grateful to be with Michael, who understood him. The Mona intended to file a wrongful death lawsuit against Tracy Roberts to hold her accountable for Dustin's death and to uncover what happened that night. Mona lawyers launched their own investigation and discovered inconsistencies in Tracy's repeated accounts of the event. In one version, she claimed to have recognized Dustin immediately, while in another, she said she only learned his identity later. Additionally, she described shooting from different positions in her various retellings. Due to these discrepancies and the confusion surrounding the details, The lawyers concluded that her story was fabricated. On the day of the murder, Mona was busy shopping for Christmas. She called home to check if Dustin was up yet, as he had an important meeting scheduled. Her daughter answered and said that Dustin had left. She was relieved that Dustin was awake and going about his business. Later, Mona's nephew called to inform her that something had happened at Tracy's house. Mona rushed over, suspecting that Tracy and Michael had hurt each other, but she could not fathom that her son had been murdered. Mona mentioned that the day before the murder, Tracy had invited her son to her house to ask for help with something. Mona believed that this was Tracy's way of luring Dustin into a trap. She believed that Tracy was hiding something. However, no one paid attention to Mona's testimony until 7 years after the Roberts burglary. The same investigative team revisited the case and began to suspect that Tracy might not be the hero protecting her son, but a potential killer. There was no sign of forced entry or attempted robbery in the house. How could two people have broken in without leaving any evidence? Dustin had 9 gunshot wounds, indicating he had been shot at close range with no chance of survival, and there was no evidence of a second attack. The police decided to speak with Tracy's first husband, John. He described her as a monster, revealing that she had had bouts of aggression, including one time when she pointed a gun at him while threatening violence. She eventually fired a shot into the ceiling, prompting him to call the police. John discovered that Tracy was both aggressive and unfaithful. She drained their bank accounts. He even hired a private detective because he suspected she was cheating, and the detective confirmed that several of Tracy's lovers left their home while John was at work. Eventually, John filed for divorce because he began to fear Tracy. Concerned about their son growing up in such a toxic environment with an unstable mother, he fought for custody. This enraged Tracy, who tried to turn their son against John. A dentist was accused of raping Tracy during a dental appointment, but he claimed that she had been harassing him for a long time and was willing to prove it. His practice was equipped with cameras and the recordings supported his claim. It was revealed that Tracy, upon learning of this, had withdrawn her complaint against the dentist the day before the incident. Tracy's second husband, Michael, who she accused of being abusive and harassing her, denied all her allegations to police. He said Tracy was unfaithful. Michael claimed that he put up with these problems for the sake of his children, but eventually decided to divorce her. He described himself as a strict father who never abused his wife and children and claimed that Tracy turned the children against him after their divorce. After the divorce, Michael moved to California to focus on his business. The Tracy seemed to slander everyone around her, presenting herself as a victim of abuse from the men in her life. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Police believed that her account of the events from December 13, 2001, was just another lie fabricated by Tracy. The police wanted to meet with Bert to gather more information, but Tracy not only moved to another state and changed her personal information, she also frequently changed her contact information. The police had to thoroughly review the entire list of evidence again. One significant item was an old computer discovered in the back seat of Dustin's car. Tracy believed this computer was crucial evidence in the robbery because it belonged to her husband. However, it was puzzling why Dustin would steal it when there were more valuable and easier to take items available in the house. Additionally, a pink notebook was found in which Dustin had written plans for the murder shortly before his death. The notes indicated that his mission included killing Tracy Roberts, and surprisingly, the person who ordered the assassination was Tracy's first husband, John. However, there was a strange detail in these notes. They contained so many specific details about events that Dustin could not have known before the attack, yet they were written in his own handwriting. It seemed that Dustin had written them under duress, possibly under threat. Dustin's mother did not recognize the pink notebook, which seemed more suited for a woman. Dustin disliked this color and would never have purchased such a notebook. He never kept diaries, and the only content in this notebook was a crime plan, which appeared unusual. It looked brand new and seemed to have been used only once for those notes. It suggested that Tracy might have given the notebook to someone to stage a crime. The latest investigation revealed that Dustin was not the attacker but Tracy's victim. It was also revealed that Tracy had been facing problems in her new town in Nebraska, where she had recently moved. She was charged with falsifying documents and false identity. 10 years after the murder, the police discovered the truth. On July 27, 2011, the police arrested Tracy. The memories of a friend who had helped Tracy clean out her house provided vital information. The friend knew about a notebook containing Dustin's confession. The police discovered that all of these statements had been recorded at Tracy's request. Police found no signs of an attack in the house. The wounds to her neck were self-inflicted, as evidenced by minor scratches that were not life-threatening. The claim that Dustin had struggled to stand up after being shot multiple times was clearly implausible. Forensic experts analyzed crime scene photographs and determined, based on blood spatter, that Dustin was still lying on the floor, with all the shots coming from above. This contradicted Tracy's version of events. The defense argued that Tracy was simply trying to protect her child. They said much of the evidence against her was circumstantial. The defense relied heavily on the testimony of Tracy's eldest son, Bert. He claimed that he heard men screaming and saw someone dragging his mother out the door. Bert also confirmed that the attacker told his mother that she was dead and warned that he would be next. He then saw a young man with a gunshot wound trying to get up, as his mother had described. However, the reliability of Bert's testimony has been questioned. Tracy initially mentioned that the nursery door was closed at the time, preventing Bert from witnessing the incident. The prosecution argued that Bert's account may have been influenced by his mother. The prosecution argued that Tracy killed Dustin to frame her husband, hoping to gain sole custody of their children and access to his money. This was considered the primary motive for the crime. That same day, Tracy confronted Dustin at gunpoint, forced him to write in a notebook, and then shot him. She then staged a scene to make it look like she had been attacked, inflicting minor injuries on herself and leaving a notebook and a computer in Dustin's car. A forensic expert later confirmed that her injuries were inconsistent with her being unconscious, further casting doubt on her testimony. After reviewing the evidence, the jury found Tracy Roberts guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Tracy cried in court when she heard the verdict, but many people did not believe her tears, as they did not seem genuine. Again, she seemed to be acting. The situation was especially difficult for Bert, who was convinced that his mother had saved the lives of all her children that night and had been wrongly imprisoned. He continued to visit and support her. Years later, Tracy's second husband, Michael, with the approval of the guardianship agency, took the children back to Australia with his new wife. Tracy maintains her innocence and is currently serving her sentence at a women's correctional facility in Iowa. The case of Enigma Zhang. Enigma Zhang was a student from China who came to the USA after being invited by the University of Illinois. She and her fiancé from China were planning a wedding. Sadly, she never got the chance to wear her wedding dress, as she was killed just 6 weeks after her arrival in the USA. Born on December 21, 1990, Enigma was a Chinese ecology student who graduated from Beijing University with a master's degree in environmental engineering. Enigma is a smart and cheerful person. In April 2017, 26-year-old Enigma traveled to Champaign, Illinois in the USA, invited by the University of Illinois to study for a year in the plant-growing department of natural resources. She intended to pursue graduate studies afterward. In China, Enigma met her fiancé, Alenka. They were classmates and top students, having dated for several years. The couple planned to marry once she returned home. On June 9, 2017, Enigmas was leaving school to meet a real estate agent to sign a lease. At 1:39 p.m., she texted the agent to confirm that she would arrive around 2:10 p.m. This was the last text she sent, and she never arrived. At 2:40 p.m., the real estate agent texted her to ask where she was, but received no response. The agent eventually left to meet another client. As hours went by and Enigmas did not return, her friends became increasingly worried. She was supposed to return to campus after signing the contract, as she had no other plans for the day. Her friends repeatedly called and messaged her, but she did not reply. Even Alenka could not contact her. This situation was very alarming. In the evening, Enigmas still had not returned. Too worried, Enigmas' friends contacted the police and reported her missing. At first, the police thought she might be somewhere with her friends. However, after questioning all of her friends and finding no new information, along with no activity recorded on her bank cards or phone, they began a search. Her phone was turned off at 2:28 p.m. on the day she went missing and was never turned back on. The police searched the university campus, but no one saw Enigmas. A $10,000 reward was offered for information about Enigmas' location. After discovering she was missing, her parents and Alenka traveled to Illinois and raised the reward to $50,000 for any information that could lead to her return. Both her parents and Alenka joined the search efforts and committed to staying until they found she. The FBI joined the investigation. They tracked her phone, which had been detected at a bus stop close to the campus. Enigmas did not have a car and relied on public transportation, particularly buses. CCTV footage showed Enigmas boarding a bus at 1:35 p.m. She was supposed to transfer to another bus at 1:52 p.m. but missed it. Cameras then captured her walking to the next bus stop. While she was waiting, a black four-door Saturn Astra drove by, circled back, and stopped near her at around 2:03 p.m. After a brief conversation with the driver, Enigmas got into the car and left. This was the last time she was seen on surveillance cameras. The driver was the last person known to have seen her, but the license plate number was not shown on the footage. The FBI needs to determine who was driving the car. They found 18 black four-door Saturn Astras registered in the area. One notable feature of the car, as seen in surveillance footage, was the cracked rims. After examining all 18 cars, they identified one that matched the description and also had the same sunroof. The car belonged to 28-year-old Brent Christensen. Brent grew up in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and married his high school sweetheart Michelle Zortman in 2011. 2 years later, the couple moved to Champaign, Illinois, where he entered graduate school at the University of Illinois and worked as a teaching assistant. He left graduate school in 2016. Brent was considered a family man and had no criminal record. When FBI agents asked Brent about his whereabouts, he couldn't remember, mentioning he might have been sleeping at home or playing video games. His wife, Michelle, who he said he had an open relationship with, was away with another man. Brent allowed the agents to search his apartment and car. They discovered that a section of the car's interior, near the front passenger door, had been cleaned thoroughly while the rest of the car was still dirty. This was odd because cars are usually cleaned completely unless there is a specific reason for cleaning only part of it. A quick inspection of the apartment did not reveal any clues, so the agents took Brent to the police station for more questioning. At first, Brent denied knowing Enigmas or being involved in her situation. However, when shown surveillance footage, he admitted that he had been passing by and seen a girl who looked very upset. He said that he stopped to help her and she said she was late for a meeting, so he offered her a ride, which she accepted. He claimed that after suddenly taking a wrong turn a few blocks later, Eniying became frightened and tried to open the locked front passenger door. He then stopped to let her out. After she escaped from the car, he never saw her again. When the police and Agent Igor asked him for a more detailed description of Eniying, but he had difficulty distinguishing people of Asian descent. As a result, he became a suspect. There was only circumstantial evidence against him, not enough to make an arrest, so the police had to release Brent. However, they decide to follow him, monitor his activities, and gather more evidence of his possible involvement in Eniying's disappearance. They realized that Brand was the person they needed to investigate. The FBI seized his phone, computer, camera, and other digital devices for analysis. They soon discovered that Brent was hiding important information. In March 2017, he visited a psychologist and revealed during his sessions that he was obsessed with thoughts of murder and fascinated by serial killers. He claimed that he had learned how to kill without leaving any evidence to avoid detection. Brent also confided in the psychologist that his life was falling apart. He had started drinking regularly and his wife Michelle, who was having an affair, had asked him for a divorce. Brent did not want to end the marriage. It was also revealed that Brent had met a woman named Gray Tora on a dating website. They began dating and met at his home. They agreed that Brent would take the dominant role in their relationship while Tora would be submissive. Brent even introduced Tora to his wife, who knew about their open relationship and that Tora was also seeing other men for intimate encounters. Police later discovered that his computer search history included terms like kidnapping, hygiene products, and how to track an iPhone. It appeared that he was searching for information on how to kidnap someone, disable phone tracking, clean up blood, and track a girl. However, this information was not enough to make an arrest. More evidence or a confession was needed from him. The FBI agent asked Tora, Brent's new girlfriend, to assist in the investigation, and she agreed to cooperate with the wiretap. On June 29th, Brent attended a memorial event for the missing Eniying girl, where her family desperately begged for her return. During the event, Brent drank, smiled, and even leaned in to sing softly to Dash. Afterwards, he used the Notes app on his phone to write, "It's me. She's number 13. She's gone forever," and he drew the number 13 on his hand. This made Tora shiver. Tora felt uncomfortable listening to Brent's story, but he continued, seemingly trying to impress her. Brent had no idea that she was cooperating with the FBI and recording everything he said. Meanwhile, a drunken Brent revealed the grisly details of Eniying's final moments, smiling as he spoke. He took off Eniying's clothes and began doing various things to her. She endured everything. He tried to strangle her for 10 minutes but then let her go. She was still breathing, and he was shocked to learn that she was still alive. She fought harder than anyone he had ever met. She was not the only person he had murdered. Now, there were 13 victims. Brent told Tora that he first committed this crime when he was 19 years old. He dragged a corpse into the bathroom of his apartment and hit her over the head with a baseball bat. He then stabbed her in the neck and decapitated her. In the recording, he compared himself to his idol, Ted Bundy, and bragged that he had more victims than Jeffrey Dahmer and John Gacy. He boasted that he had attracted national attention. These recordings became crucial evidence against him. Brent was arrested the next day. His apartment was thoroughly searched with luminol, revealing a bloody handprint on the wall next to Brent's bed and in the bathroom. There was also blood on the passenger door of his car. A large bloodstain was found on his mattress, and a cadaver dog detected the scent of human remains in the bathroom. DNA from Eniying's toothbrush was found on a baseball bat, mattress, carpet, and in the bathroom. Brent's GPS data confirmed that he was present at the crime scene at the time of the incident. Additionally, receipts for trash bags and cleaning products were found in his home, along with a large gym bag, likely used to discreetly transport the remains. That morning at 7:45 a.m., he bought a large bottle of cheap rum from a liquor store. When he got home, he drank heavily, then drove around looking for victims while intoxicated. After a few hours, he spotted a student from the university, Emily Hogan, walking to a bus stop near the campus. He approached her and identified himself as an undercover police officer and asked her to get into his car for questioning. She refused and ran away. She later identified him and posted a warning on Facebook to warn others about the fake police in the area, which happened after the disappearance. After Emily rejected him, Brent sought out another victim and met a girl. He pretended to be a police officer and offered her a ride in his car. She believed him because he had a police badge, had a police radio, and drove a police car, so she got in. Once in the car, he drove home, confiscated her phone, and turned it off. Brent then tied her hands, took her to his apartment, raped and murdered her, and then dismembered her body. He bought cleaning supplies and attempted to clean both the house and the car, but investigators later discovered traces of blood hidden under the carpet and behind the baseboards. Brent claims the idea was spontaneous and unplanned. However, his computer search history suggests otherwise, suggesting he was prepared for it. Brent is charged with kidnapping, murder, and making false statements to a federal agent, and faces the death penalty. His trial began in June 2019. His lawyer argued that Brent had a difficult childhood, with his mother being an alcoholic and him not socializing with his siblings and lacking friends. During that time, he often contemplated ending his life and struggled with mental health issues, sleep problems, and substance abuse, which led him to seek help. His lawyer noted that Brent was not in a good mental state and was plagued by dark thoughts, especially after his wife mentioned divorce. This led to a downward spiral for him. At that moment, Brent was in the courtroom, wiping away tears. The attorney admitted Brent was guilty but asked the jury to give him a lenient sentence. During the trial, Brent's wife, Michelle, reported seeing a large gym bag and noted that Brent left with it on June 12th. She said that there was no foul odor and that he easily threw the bag over his shoulder, leading her to believe that it could not have contained a body. It must have contained something light. However, she also acknowledged that the bag was large enough to hold a person and acknowledged that her husband could lift the weight of a girl. Michelle noticed new cleaning products in the house and stains on the carpet. Brent explained that he had a nosebleed, which caused the stains. So he purchased a cleaning product to try to clean the carpet. Despite the large stain, Michelle didn't find this suspicious. Calls from prison were recorded. During one call, Michelle told Brent that Tora had set him up. In court, Brent Christensen confessed to everything but didn't disclose the location of the bodies. On July 18, 2019, after 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brent guilty on all charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Later, Michelle relocated to another state and changed her last name to begin a new life. After the trial, Tora sought psychological help due to the traumatic experiences she had from hearing Brent's actions. A suicide note was discovered in Brent's cell, suggesting that he may have been planning to end his life or seek attention. He was then placed in solitary confinement and closely monitored. Although Brent claimed to have a 13th victim, no evidence of the existence of additional victims was ever found. He denied these allegations in court. The FBI analyzed 19 unsolved missing persons cases in Illinois and Wisconsin and submitted Brent's DNA for comparison, but no matches were found. It appears that Brent was just bragging to Tora and made up the story. Inying's family was not satisfied with the verdict. They felt that the killer deserved the death penalty. After learning that their daughter had been brutally murdered, all the parents wanted was to give Inying a proper burial. They were heartbroken to discover that their daughter's body would likely never be found. In their grief, they begged Brent to reveal the location of their daughter's remains. He told his lawyer that he had dismembered her body, put the pieces in 3 separate trash bags, and thrown them into a dumpster at his apartment complex. He also claimed that her phone, textbooks, and backpack were thrown into another dumpster, which was likely taken to a landfill. Police discovered that the trash at his apartment had been emptied 3 days after she went missing, and the trash had been taken to a landfill. There, the trash had been compacted multiple times, mixed with other waste and scattered over a wide area, making it nearly impossible to find her remains. The only consolation for the family is that Brent will serve his sentence without parole, ensuring he cannot commit any more crimes. The case of Joel Shanbrum. Joel Shanbrum grew up in the town of Northridge, California. He met his future wife, Jennifer, while working as a DJ at a club. They quickly formed a close relationship and began dating. Many people are jealous because their relationship looks so perfect and their happiness radiates to everyone around them. Both sets of parents supported their relationship enthusiastically. Their delightful relationship eventually led to marriage. Jennifer and Joel married in 1991, and she moved to Los Angeles. Joel aspired to be a police officer, so he joined the police academy and, by 1993, was employed by the Los Angeles law enforcement agencies. Joel was dedicated to his job, especially overseeing troubled teenagers, and took pride in helping others. They later had a son named Jacob, and the family seemed to be living the perfect life. Although on the outside the family looked happy, but inside they hide dark secrets, which eventually lead to tragedy. On March 18, 1998, Jennifer's mother, Diane Bates, who lived with them, called 911. She returned home in the evening and found Joel lying motionless on the living room couch. He showed no signs of life and was bleeding. When the police arrived, she met them outside, she too afraid to go back inside. She suggested to the officers that Joel might have taken end his own life. The police reassured her and entered the house. Upon examining the body in the scene, it became clear that it was a murder. Joel had been shot 3 times in the head, and there was no gun nearby. The medics confirmed Joel's death, and his body was sent for a forensic examination. The police quickly identified the murdered man as their colleague, 32 years old Joel Shanbrum. Joel is known to be a meek, calm person who dislikes conflict, so he seems to have no enemies. As they examined the rest of the house, they discovered that the entire upper floor had been ransacked, with drawers pulled out and clothes scattered everywhere. This suggested a robbery, leading investigators to suspect that Joel was killed during a botched burglary. While inspecting the house, the police heard a noise coming from the second-floor bathroom. They attempted to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. The officers asked for the door to be opened. From behind the door, they heard a frightened woman's voice, saying she didn't believe they were really the police. An officer then slid his badge under the door, and it was unlocked. Inside, they found 28-year-old Jennifer, the wife of Joel, and Jacob, their 3-year-old son. Both were visibly shaking with fear. The detectives took Jennifer aside for questioning. According to Jennifer, at around 7 p.m., she went to the bathroom to bathe Jacob. Then, she heard some noise downstairs, but she thought her husband was doing something. Then, as they stepped outside, they heard gunshots. Scared, she and Jacob ran back into the bathroom, closed the door, and hid to avoid being noticed. She also heard intruders moving through the house, throwing things around and talking about their loot. She realized they were thieves who had broken into the house, and her husband had accidentally encountered them, so they decided to eliminate him. She and Jacob remained hidden in the bathroom for over 2 hours until the police arrived. She was grateful that the robbers did not find them and that they were unharmed. When she asked the police about her husband, they informed her he had died. Jennifer, Jacob, and Diana were taken to the police station to provide detailed testimonies. Jennifer repeated her account, which sounded plausible and convincing. Jacob was too young to be questioned. Investigators believed the story that Joel was killed by robbers. Diana explained that when she saw Joel bleeding on the couch, she panicked and ran out of the house, driven by shock and fear. In her fright, she did not think to check on Jennifer and Jacob, but just wait for the police outside. After their statements, the police allowed Jennifer, Diane, and Jacob to return home while they began investigating the robbery. At that time in the area, there had been several robberies, which supported Jennifer's story about the robbers. However, there were some inconsistencies. Previously, the robbers hadn't killed anyone. They followed a clear pattern, breaking into only empty houses late at night, which allowed them to remain unnoticed and difficult to get caught. It was odd that the robbers suddenly changed their tactics and broke into a house where many people lived, especially when everyone was home and the lights were on. Why would they attempt such a bold robbery? The Shanbrum family was considered middle class and not wealthy enough to attract the attention of thieves. Furthermore, after inspection, it was found that jewelry, money, electronics, and other valuables were not missing, even those in plain sight. There were no signs of forced entry or any evidence of strangers. No outsiders' fingerprints or DNA were found in the house. The neighbors also didn't notice anything unusual. They heard gunshots and looked out the windows but didn't see anyone leaving the house. Everything looked so strange. The next day, Jennifer was called to the police station for questioning again. She appeared very upset and repeated the same story, but this time added that she heard her husband, Joel, trying to fight back. He told the intruders that he was a police officer and they made a big mistake breaking into his house. Jennifer also mentioned that after she and Jacob ran into the bathroom, she heard 2 more shots. The detectives also interviewed Diane. They asked her to recount in detail what she had done on the day of the murder. She said she was off work that day. She left home at noon to go to the cinema, then went shopping and had dinner at a cafe. Meanwhile, Joel, Jennifer, and Jacob were at home all evening. Then, she returned home and found Joel murdered on the couch. She noted an unusual detail: the living room blinds were closed, which was not typical for their family, because they often opened the curtains even at night. She believed the robbers had closed the blinds. The detectives found nothing suspicious in Diane's account and sent her home, they continuing their investigation. However, the police sensed something was amiss. On March 20th, the autopsy report for Joel was released. It revealed that all 3 shots were fired at close range. The first shot resulted in a superficial wound to the back of the head, the second hit him in the cheek, and the third struck him in the eye, penetrating the skull, caused death. A brain examination showed that Joel was shot with 2 types of weapons, 2 shots from a pistol and 1 from a .410 caliber weapon, which is rare. This could be a crucial clue in the investigation. Joel's time of death was determined to be between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, contradicting Jennifer's claim that he was shot at 7 p.m. Additionally, the medical examiner discovered that Joel was shot while asleep. During the crime scene examination, forensic experts concluded that there was little blood spatter around the body. If Joel had resisted and been shot while moving, there would have been more blood spatter. This finding contradicted Jennifer's testimony, where she claimed that she heard Joel say he was a police officer while arguing with the assailants. This was clearly a lie, causing detectives to investigate more thoroughly the Shanbrum family's relationship. Investigators spoke to people close to the family and discovers that Joel and Jennifer's relationship is not as perfect as it appears. There has been a serious conflict between them for a long time. They frequently quarreled, mainly over financial issues, and some believed that they were heading towards divorce. Joel's sister mentioned that Joel, besides working as a police officer, held 2 additional jobs to support his family. He wants his wife and children to have a prosperous life. The family rented the house they are living in after their previous home was foreclosed on by the bank. Jennifer, Joel's wife, did not work outside the home. She was a housewife, taking care of their child and managing household chores. Even though Joel tried hard, but they still had financial difficulties, and Jennifer's desires for a nicer house and a more expensive car added pressure. Joel loves Jennifer very much and was willing to do anything for her. He worked 3 jobs at once to meet her needs, but he couldn't manage a 4th job. The financial strain led to arguments. Joel, in hopes of saving their marriage, suggested they try marriage counseling, but Jennifer refused. When Joel got a managerial position at an insurance company, Jennifer wanted to work there too. It was at this company that they met Matthew Fletcher, and they quickly became best friends. Over time, Joel began to suspect that Jennifer and Matthew were having an affair. Eventually, Jennifer left her job, she feeling exhausted, and returned to being a housewife, but she continued to stay in touch with Matthew. Joel suspected his wife of having an affair, which led him to consider divorce. Because of his son, he doesn't want to divorce, but by 1997, he was exhausted by their strained relationship. He confided in his sister about his decision to divorce his wife and was determined to pursue custody of his son. However, this was his last conversation with his sister. On March 23, 1998, Joel was buried. At the funeral, Jennifer and Matthew attended together and they appeared unemotional, which upset his relatives. Later, detectives discovered that she and Matthew had gone to a hotel after the funeral, taking champagne and celebrating there overnight. Detectives at the funeral, who noted she and Matthew's odd behavior, decided to follow them. The plainclothes police had been monitoring Jennifer for a long time and noticed her daily contact with Matthew. Sometimes they spent the night together, shows that they have a romantic relationship with each other. Meanwhile, Joel's relatives suspected Jennifer of being involved in her husband's murder. A week after Joel's death, Matthew was summoned for questioning at the police station. Jennifer and Matthew arrived together but denied having an affair, despite their pager messages indicating otherwise, as they exchanged numerous love messages. They were interrogated separately. Matthew was asked about his whereabouts at the time of the murder. He claimed that at 7 p.m., he visited a client's home in the San Fernando Valley to handle an insurance policy and then went to see his sister at the hospital where she worked. The police began verifying his alibi. Some parts were confirmed, but they couldn't determine where Matthew was between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Despite suspicions, there was no concrete evidence against Jennifer and Matthew, so they were released. Detectives continued to gather information about them. On April 27th, researchers discovered that Joel had 3 life insurance policies totaling more than $1 million. The first was for $300,000 and he had obtained it while working as a police officer. The second was for $500,000. Contract was paused and then reinstated shortly before the tragedy. There was also a $314,000 policy that Joel didn't even know about. He had been insured for one of his other jobs. After his death, Jennifer immediately went to the insurance companies to request the payments. The situation became more grim, as money, especially large amounts of money, is often a motive for crime. Under the second insurance policy worth $500,000, several issues emerged. Joel initially issued this policy himself, but later decided he didn't need it and canceled it. 2 months before the tragedy, the policy was reopened with a signature at an office in Atlanta, Georgia. However, his sister was convinced that he didn't do this. She believed he had intentionally suspended the policy and questioned why he would reactivate it, especially given his busy schedule with 3 jobs, leaving him little time for lunch, let alone trips to another city. The detective discovered that Joel was not in Atlanta at that time, and the signature on the documents was fake. The investigation revealed that his wife Jennifer and her lover Matthew orchestrated this scheme. They traveled to Atlanta, went to the insurance company's head office, and forged Joel's signature on the policy. This suggested that their actions were premeditated. Although the evidence was circumstantial, but investigators continued to gather more information against they. Investigators interviewed witnesses, friends, relatives, co-workers of the Shanbrum family, and thoroughly examined the case materials to find evidence to incriminate Jennifer and Matthew. 6 months after Joel's death, Jennifer received $614,000 from 2 of his life insurance policies. Although the largest policy, worth $500,000, was initially denied due to a forged signature, but it didn't seem to make Jennifer and Matthew angry. Jennifer deposited the money into Matthew's account. They began dating officially in June 1998 and soon made their relationship public. She and Matthew took a romantic trip to Mexico, got engaged, and married on Valentine's Day, February 14, 1999, in Hawaii, just 4 days before the anniversary of Joel's death. Jennifer and Matthew lived extravagantly, spent insurance money on buying a car. Joel's family was completely taken surprised by Jennifer's sudden change. They were confused and didn't understand why she was acting like that. There was something wrong with her behavior. She continues to enjoy life to the fullest, remarried, and prepared for motherhood. Most importantly, they couldn't believe that she had gotten away with Joel's murder, from which she had profited. Despite the passage of time, but the police still lacked sufficient evidence to charge Jennifer and Matthew. After Jennifer and Matthew's child was born, they began living a very private life. They rarely appeared in public and interacted with only a few people. In 2002, detectives revisited the case. They believed Diane was dishonest in her testimony. Over the years, her testimony was inconsistent, with her story changing multiple times. There was also a gap in time between when she found Joel and when she called 911. This left investigators uncertain about what happened in the house during that time and what she was doing. Her behavior appeared suspicious to the investigators. The detectives called Diane in for questioning again. She continued to deny any involvement in the crime. Investigators offered her immunity from prosecution. They promised that if she testified truthfully before a grand jury, she would not be charged with any crime related to Joel's death. Despite this offer, she still disagrees. Diane eventually succumbed to police pressure and confessed that her daughter Jennifer had been in a romantic relationship with Matthew. They planned to kill Joel, and Diane was sent out for a walk that day to prevent her from interfering. She felt she had no choice but to comply. Diane also revealed that Jennifer had always dreamed of wealth, but Joel couldn't give her that. When Jennifer met Matthew, he enticed her with promises of riches, and she became influenced by his ideas. Diane found him to be a manipulator who controlled Jennifer and held him responsible for everything. Jennifer was highly skilled with firearms, she frequently practiced shooting, and owned a pistol. Matthew also had a shotgun. After Joel's murder, both the pistols and the shotgun vanished and was never found. Detectives believe Jennifer fired 2 shots at Joel with her pistol, while Matthew fired the final shot with the shotgun. Based on Diana's confession and the circumstantial evidence, the police obtained an arrest warrant for Jennifer. Matthew was also arrested, and both were charged with the first-degree murder of Joel. At the time, Jennifer was pregnant with Matthew's second child, and then she gave birth in prison while awaiting trial. Her sister took custody of her 3 children. The trial began in March 2004. Matthew, confident due to his legal education, chose to represent himself, while Jennifer had a lawyer. They were tried together. Throughout the trial, Matthew and Jennifer appeared unconcerned. They were often seen talking and laughing with each other, as if they were not paying attention to the seriousness of the proceedings. They confident that the lack of physical evidence would lead to their acquittal, and they will not be held responsible for Joel's death. It was also revealed during the trial that Matthew hadn't divorced his previous wife, adding another charge against him. The prosecution is facing difficulties due to the lack of physical evidence such as DNA, fingerprints, weapons, and there were no other witnesses but Diane. They argued that Matthew and Jennifer had killed Joel in cold blood, with money as their primary motive. According to the prosecution, on the night of the murder, while Joel slept on the couch in the living room, she and Matthew executed their plan. She supposedly fired the first 2 shots with a pistol, and Matthew delivered a final shot with a shotgun. This occurred while Jacob was upstairs taking a bath. Afterward, they staged a robbery on the 2nd floor, took the weapon, left the house, and disposed of it. Jennifer then locked herself and Jacob in the bathroom until the police arrived. Matthew and Jennifer denied their guilt during the trial, claiming they had an alibi. Jennifer said she was hiding in the bathroom with Jacob, while Matthew was at a business meeting and then visited his sister. However, their alibi was not strong and was considered controversial. Then, the prosecutor highlighting key points, the house door was closed with no signs of forced entry, and since Joel was asleep, the door had to have been opened by someone already inside. This implicated Jennifer and Matthew. Diane, as part of a deal for immunity, testified against Matthew. While reviewing crime scene photos, the prosecutor noticed a bottle of water in the shower stall with the light on. He pointed this out to the jury, suggesting Jennifer had prepared to wait in the bathroom, indicating premeditation. The jury deliberated for 6 days before concluding that Jennifer and Matthew were guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and insurance fraud. Both received life sentences without parole. During sentencing, Matthew and Jennifer supported each other by holding hands and never divorced. Matthew is incarcerated at the California State Penitentiary in Los Angeles, and Jennifer is at the Central California Women's Institution. Despite their imprisonment, they continue to communicate and exchange love letters. All of their appeals were rejected. The case of Honey and Barry Sherman. The murder of Honey and Barry Sherman is one of the most baffling crimes in history. On a cold December morning, Canadian billionaire businessman Barry and his wife Honey were found dead in their mansion, hanging from a railing near their indoor pool. The shocking discovery led to an investigation that revealed unexpected twists and turns. Barry Sherman was born in 1942 in Toronto, Canada. His father ran a small business but passed away from heart failure when Barry was just 10 years old. From a young age, Barry demonstrated exceptional intelligence, setting him apart from his peers. In the early 1960s, he studied engineering at the University of Toronto. During the summer, he worked part-time as a truck driver, delivering drugs for the pharmaceutical company Empire, which was owned by his uncle, Louis Winter. Barry later earned his PhD and BA in astrophysics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1967. In his unfinished autobiography, Barry said that these early years were crucial in shaping his future. His uncle, Louis Winter, a pharmaceutical company owner, and his wife Beverly both died young, just 17 days apart, in 1965. Louis suffered from psychosis, while Beverly battled leukemia, leaving behind 4 young sons. Initially, Barry occasionally visited his young cousins, but eventually lost contact with them. At that time, Barry was only 22 years old, but he confidently declared to the real estate manager at the time that he wanted to become the head of the Empire Pharmaceutical Company. He offered $3,000 and a car. Barry demanded a response within 24 hours or he would withdraw his offer. The trustee rejected his bold proposal, but Barry was not deterred. 2 years after graduation, he made another attempt to gain control of the company, this time proposing a partnership with a formal offer of $450,000. The trustee considered selling the company, but wanted to ensure that Lewis's 4 sons would be protected in the deal. However, Barry was only willing to put together a written agreement that would allow his cousins to work at Empire when they turned 21 and purchase up to a 5% stake when they turned 23, as long as he still owned the business. If he sold the company, the agreement would be void. Despite their concerns, the deal went ahead, but protections for Lewis's sons were not included in the final agreement. Barry ultimately sold the company for nearly $2 million, and after gaining experience from this venture, Barry was ready to start his next venture, starting his own pharmaceutical company, Texas. He founded the company in 1974 as a conglomerate that would compete with global market leaders such as Pfizer and Bayer. The company produced generic drugs, which are essentially replicas of well-known medications. Barry portrayed himself as a champion for consumers, boldly suing major pharmaceutical companies to make medications affordable for patients in need. Barry married Honey in 1971. They met in 1970 when Honey was volunteering at a local hospital, raising funds for charities and participating in Toronto's Jewish community. Helping others was very important to her since she was born in an Austrian displaced persons camp, and her parents survived the Holocaust. Years later, Barry decided to help his cousins, Lewis's children, after discovering that they had struggled with drug problems as teenagers. After 16 years of separation, Barry reconnected with them, providing them with a car, a house, and financial support. However, Barry's wife, Honey, was not happy with this new relationship. She frequently questioned Barry about what his cousins asked for and how much money he gave them. This frustration caused her to scold Kerry Winter, causing him to leave. Why was Barry so generous to his cousins? Kerry started to wonder if there was a hidden motive behind Barry's help. One day, Kerry confronted Barry and directly asked how he acquired their father's business. Barry dodged the question, but Kerry persisted. He began searching through family archives and discovered an agreement that shocked him, making him believe that Barry had deceived their family. Barry had never mentioned it to him or to the other brothers. Kerry later called Barry to express his concerns, and Barry confirmed the truth of Kerry's findings. This revelation caused a lasting rift between them and Barry. Barry was actively involved in charity work alongside his wife, Honey. They donated over $50 million, including significant contributions to the Jewish community and the Toronto Hospital, as well as supplies to areas affected by disasters. His company employed around 11,000 people and operated in over 100 countries worldwide. The couple had 4 adult children and several grandchildren. In 2017, they decided to sell their mansion, which was over 1,100 square meters, for nearly $7 million Canadian dollars. They intended to build their dream home closer to downtown Toronto, but those plans never materialized. At 8:30 a.m. on December 15, 2017, a cleaning crew entered the couple's home and began cleaning the house before it was put on sale. Around 10 a.m., 2 real estate agents arrived at the house with potential buyers to inspect the property. They first inspected the main levels of the house and then went to the basement, where the swimming pool was located. A real estate agent entered the pool area first and saw the bodies of Barry, 75, and Honey, 70. After realizing they were dead, she quickly ordered the buyers to leave, telling them that the owner was supposed to be doing yoga. Before taking the potential clients upstairs to view the home, the employee asked the maid to check the basement and see what was going on. The maid went down into the basement, approached the couple, and found them cold. She returned a few minutes later and informed the employee of her findings. The employee then said goodbye to the clients and went downstairs to confirm that Barry and Honey were indeed dead before calling the police. When police paramedics arrived, they confirmed that the couple were dead. Barry and Honey had been dead for approximately 36 hours at the time of discovery. Barry was discovered sitting on the right side with his legs crossed and his glasses correctly positioned on his face. He had some neck wounds, but no other injuries were found on his body. Honey had a bruise on her face, and Barry was located near the garage door. On the other side of the garage, there was vodka, which they often kept there, and one of the room's windows was opened about 15 centimeters for ventilation because the room had recently been painted. Both Barry and Honey had leather straps tightly wrapped around their necks, which were attached to stainless steel pool railings installed about a meter above the floor. The cause of death for both was determined to be strangulation. Initially, the police suspected that the couple had chosen to end their lives, but there seemed to be no reason for such a tragic decision. They were wealthy, had a thriving business, and were in love. A family member mentioned that Barry had complained of fatigue, blaming it on long hours of work and poor nutrition. However, Barry had never shown any signs of depression, making it difficult to believe that he would take such drastic action. Honey had recently been treated for throat cancer and was battling severe arthritis, having had knee and hip replacements. Despite her health problems, she never complained, was sociable and friendly, always maintained a positive attitude, and showed no signs of end her own life tendencies. After a detailed examination of the crime scene, the police began to investigate the possibility that the husband killed Honey before taking his own life. They identified the victim as Honey based on injuries to her face. Both victims had marks on their wrists indicating their hands had been bound together. Autopsies found no traces of illegal substances or alcohol that could have contributed to their deaths. In Barry's basement, there is a sculpture made entirely from trash. The artist deliberately used discarded materials to create this piece, which depicts two human figures. After the bodies were discovered, some speculated that the killer may have been inspired by this sculpture, as the bodies were placed in similar positions. The day after the bodies were found, some unnamed police officers told the media that Barry had strangled his wife, Honey, before taking end your life. This was never verified and was quickly dismissed by family members, who said it was untrue, especially given the close relationship between the couple. Within 72 hours of the incident, their 4 adult children hired prominent criminal defense attorney Ryan Greenspan. He assembled a team to conduct an independent investigation, including detectives and an expert who performed a second autopsy on the victims. They believe that Barry and Honey were murdered. The couple had died just a few days before they were scheduled to leave for a vacation at their home in Palm Beach, Florida. Honey had organized a 4-week trip that was meant to begin on December 18th. Barry was meant to join Honey a week later on the 25th. Unlike Honey, he wasn't in a rush. Work took priority over a vacation in Florida. When examining the couple's position when they died, they were sitting on the floor, their backs to the pool, their jackets thrown back. The glasses on the bar appeared to have been adjusted by someone, raising questions, as did the Barry's crossed legs. It appeared that someone had assisted them in their final moments. Barry's family released a statement calling on the police to conduct a thorough and impartial investigation into the deaths and asking the media to stop speculating about the cause. During this time, a serial killer was also active in Toronto, diverting police resources to catch him. As a result, the investigation into Barry and Honey's case was not a priority. The couple's autopsies were performed by a rookie forensic expert who had never worked on such a complex case before and was unable to provide any conclusive answers. However, after Bruce MacArthur was arrested, police began working on Barry's case and interviewed around 240 people. With such a large group, it seemed like the case would be solved quickly. Unfortunately, that was not to be. The latest known events before the couple's death were remarkable. On December 12, 2017, Honey was absent from a charity board meeting, which was unusual for her as she had never been absent from such meetings before. The following day, December 13th, Barry and Honey met at Apotex's headquarters to discuss plans for their new home. Barry often made work calls at night because he had trouble sleeping, which changed his working hours. However, on the evening of December 13th, he did not make a phone call, which was unusual for him. Barry was scheduled to appear at the Apotex office on December 14th, but he did not show up or notify anyone of his absence, which is highly unusual. Toronto police, who have been criticized by Barry's family for their previous handling of the case, have refused to make any public statements. Police have not been looking for a suspect because there was no evidence of a forced entry into the home or any signs of outsiders, prompting theories that people close to them were involved. An independent investigation revealed that Barry's cousins were suspects. They were unhappy that Barry had lied to them and left them without money. For 10 years, they had been involved in a lawsuit over a portion of Barry's pharmaceutical fortune. They argued that Barry had founded his pharmaceutical company at the expense of his father's company, Empire, and they demanded their share of Apotex. Barry denied all allegations and fought tooth and nail, insisting that his cousins return the millions of dollars he had given them. Finally, in the 1980s, Barry did everything he could to support them. On September 15, 2017, 3 months earlier, Barry and Honey were found dead, and an Ontario judge ruled in Barry's favor, dismissing the cousins' claims and describing their lawsuit as unrealistic and overly ambitious. On December 6th, just a week before Barry was last seen alive, a judge ordered Barry's cousins to pay $300,000 in attorney fees. Barry was unhappy with the amount, as he was asking for nearly $1 million. After the ruling, Barry brought in his attorneys to appeal the decision. They filed their appeal the day after his funeral. Due to the ongoing conflict with the cousins, many began to suspect their involvement in the couple's murder. One of the cousins, Kerry Winter, even mentioned in an interview that he had fantasized about ambushing Barry at work and harming him. Kerry was not surprised by the tragedy that occurred. He believed that Barry had killed his wife, Honey, and then taken his own life. In several interviews, Kerry mentioned that years ago, Barry approached him with a disturbing request. Barry is said to have told Kerry that he wanted Kerry to do him a favor and kill his wife. Kerry responded in disbelief, "Are you serious, Barry?" Barry said, yes, he hated her. Kerry insisted that he would not commit such an act but mentioned that he might know people who could. However, when Kerry was about to help Barry out of gratitude for his past support, Barry suddenly changed his mind and rejected the idea. Barry's family later strongly denied Kerry's claims, asserting that Barry would never ask his cousin to do something so extreme, as he loved Honey very much and would never think of harming her. Kerry claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He admitted that he felt great contempt and hatred for Barry, because Barry hurt him and disrespected his father. Kerry had every reason to dislike Barry, but he had nothing to do with Barry's death. Kerry mentioned that on the day of the murder, he had been at work all day. In the evening, he attended a Narcotics Anonymous meeting, then returned home as usual, watched a movie, ate, and went to bed. The next morning, he went to work as usual. However, since he lived alone, no one could verify his statement. 3 years later, in November 2020, police announced that they had a suspect, but just 2 days later, they announced that there may be multiple suspects. There has been no further clarification since. A year later, in December 2021, police released surveillance footage near Barry's home. The videos showed a person wearing dark clothing walking on the sidewalk near Barry and Honey's home. Police observed that the person had an unusual gait, possibly due to walking in the snow. The time of the murder coincided with the time this stranger was seen walking toward the couple's home. The man in the footage was never identified because his face and identifying features were not visible. The only detail identified from the surveillance camera footage was his height, estimated to be around 170 to 180 centimeters. Police hoped that by sharing the video with the public, someone might recognize the man, but no one came forward to help police identify the suspect. According to police, Honey arrived home in her Lexus at around 8:30 p.m. on December 13th. She parked as usual and entered the kitchen through the laundry room door. The intruders may have entered the home. Honey then went into the bathroom, where she was either attacked or fled after the attack began. This would explain why her phone was found in the bathroom by a maid. Honey was beaten and strangled on the first floor before her body was moved to the basement. An independent medical examiner determined that Honey's facial injuries occurred as a result of being dragged down the stairs to the pool, but it was never determined which of the two staircases in the home was used. One theory is that the attacker encountered Honey and attacked her on the street, then used her keys to get into the house. This would explain why there were no signs of entry. Another possibility is that he entered through an open window or unlocked door. Barry left Apotex around 8:30 p.m. in his Mustang. After reaching home, he parked in the garage, which provided him access to the house through two doors. It's likely he used the door near the stairs, where he was attacked. This could clarify why his documents and gloves were discovered in the garage area. The killers placed the victims' bodies near the basement pool. They wrapped belts around their necks, draped jackets over their shoulders, and left glasses on the bar to make it look like to end one's own life. It was discovered that the leather belts used were taken from the victims' homes. This suggests that the criminals intended to fool the investigation into the fact that no outsiders were involved. And Barry was behind the setup. It was learned through investigation that Barry, despite keeping a tight rein on his wife's spending, but had generously given millions of dollars to his children. Although he was reluctant to spend money on himself or his wife, he was more than willing to financially support his children. Honey had the means to travel and shop. She could easily spend large amounts on home repairs and other essentials. However, she and her husband preferred not to spend much money. Before her death, Honey mentioned to relatives that her husband wanted to buy her an expensive gift, but she didn't know what it would be. Despite Barry's considerable wealth, he preferred to drive everyday cars. He owned a Mustang, and the couple never owned the luxury cars typically flaunted by billionaires. For his 50th birthday, Honey bought Barry a sports car and presented it to him in front of close family, but he was unhappy with the gift and insisted that she return it because he disliked extravagance. The Barry did not flaunt their wealth. Their home was modest for billionaires, and they were careful with their spending. They led a relatively simple lifestyle, often flying economy class. Honey enjoyed a few luxuries typical of the upper middle class, like beautiful jewelry, a Lexus SUV, and shopping trips in New York. In November 2016, she bought a valuable piece of land in the upscale Forest Hill neighborhood, which was registered in her name. They planned to demolish the existing house and a new one. The plans included a large brick and stone residence with an elevator and the outdoor pool that Barry promised her, complete with a retractable skylight and a separate pool. The building plans received approval on June 28, just under 6 months before the murder. Barry did not really want to move to a new home. He was happy with their current home, but made the decision based on Honey's wishes. On November 27, 2017, just 2 weeks before the tragedy, their home was put up for sale and described as a modern architectural masterpiece. It is unclear why the Barry family chose to sell their home when construction on the new home had not even begun. In the final weeks of Honey's life, she was busy with her charity work while also overseeing the home project. In late November, she received the Senate Medal for 150th Anniversary Volunteer Service Award, presented by her close friend, Senator from. She was recognized as the best charity worker and fundraiser in Toronto. Barry supported Honey throughout their 46 years of marriage. The couple demonstrated a striking contrast. Honey was outgoing, cheerful, and social, while Barry preferred a more reserved and introverted approach, often uninterested in small talk. Although Honey did not have a formal job, she served as an exceptional ambassador for Apotex. Honey excelled at building connections with influential people through her charm and determination to assist others. In her final days, friends and family noted that Barry and Honey appeared happy and in good spirits, showing no signs of being threatened or in danger. Barry frequently filed lawsuits against competitors and the government. Over the course of his career, he initiated approximately 1,200 lawsuits, including 83 against Health Canada, using these actions as leverage. His substantial donations to various foundations helped him gain support from politicians. Barry was known as the most active defendant in Canada. Those close to him said that his love of litigation stemmed not from a desire for money, but from a need for validation and a determination to win at all costs. Another theory that may have something to do with the couple's deaths is Barry's questionable business practices. He was known to be mysterious and owed around $1 billion to various companies, which he never intended to repay. His investments outside of Apotex were large and obscure, including a failed casino venture, a money-losing gold mine, a bankrupt jewelry business, and an investment in a non-existent yacht. He also financed B-movies featuring gangsters and vampires and worked with people who were later convicted of fraud. Barry amassed a large fortune through unethical means. While some considered him generous and kind, many others criticized his character, claiming that he lacked positive qualities. Given his character, many people would have wanted to harm him. There were suspicions about his business partners at Apotex who may have had motives related to a business dispute, but no solid evidence has been presented. In the final months of his life, Barry suffered a setback. In January 2017, Apotex sued a former employee, accusing him of stealing drug formulas to start his own pharmaceutical company in Pakistan. A few months later, a key executive at Apotex was accused of espionage by its biggest competitor, an Israeli company, implying that a former female employee had leaked confidential information to her boyfriend at Apotex. In the weeks leading up to his death, Barry continued to work hard, always focused on his business. Barry suffered from insomnia and was constantly busy with calculations and planning. He even wanted to discuss business matters while on vacation. Barry was a man who trusted his instincts and was willing to take risks. He was a popular figure in society, and many people came to him for financial help. Police now believe that Barry's murders may have been related to his personality and lifestyle. He often made life difficult for others and was quick to sue anyone. The police suspect that the killer was likely an unknown person who either visited Barry's home or hired a hitman. Honey was not the intended target. She became an accidental victim because she encountered the criminal at the murder scene. After the murder, the unknown criminal remained in the house with the bodies for an extended period, indicating he was familiar with the family's daily routine and had ample time to carry out his actions without being disturbed. He meticulously cleaned up any evidence of his presence and positioned the bodies to resemble the unusual garbage sculpture found in the house. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau attended the funeral of the Sherman couple and posthumously awarded Barry one of the nation's highest civilian honors. Approximately 6,500 people attended the funeral. An independent investigation team, led by a lawyer and supported by the victims' families, offered a $35 million reward for information that could lead to the arrest of the perpetrator, but this effort was unsuccessful. The lawyers discovered that the police failed to thoroughly examine the crime scene. Notably, they found jewelry on the driveway near the house that did not belong to the victims. But the police overlooked it and may have missed other crucial evidence that could have been lost over time. Evidence may have been destroyed by real estate staff and buyers who inspected the house, as well as cleaning crews who were present at the time. The police received a total of 343 tips from the legal team, but none of them led to the identification of the criminal. The last tip came on July 2, 2019. For unknown reasons, the legal team did not provide any information for more than a year, possibly due to a lack of new leads. In February 2019, the murdered couple's home was returned to their family. The couple's children then filed a petition to demolish the house, saying it was heartbreaking to see the house in its current state and that no one would want to buy it. As a result, the house was demolished. After the house was demolished, the family aimed to clean up the area, fill in the pool, and put the land up for sale. It is unclear if it has been sold yet. Barry has faced numerous death threats, including from his competitors. Notably, Barry had no protection whatsoever. Every evening, he would enter the office and get into his car, making it easy for someone to attack him. To this day, the case remains unsolved, with only 2 investigators still working on it. They are looking at all potential suspects from the large list of defendants in related lawsuits and are also looking into the company's financial records and charity documents. However, some believe that influential figures in society are involved, which could mean the case will never be solved. The case of Jennifer Levin. On August 26, 1986, around 6:15 a.m., a woman was cycling through Central Park when she spotted something in the grass that looked like a human body. As she got closer, she realized it was a girl's body and, in a panic, she ran to the nearest public phone to call 911. After a few minutes, the police were on the scene, but it was too late to save the girl. The sight of her lifeless body shocked everyone present. The girl's neck showed signs of strangulation, and her face was badly scratched. The police suspected a sexual motive behind the crime. The victim's identity was quickly established because she had an ID on her. She was Jennifer Levin, just 18 years old. Investigations into Jennifer's background revealed that she was both enterprising and humorous. Her parents had divorced when she was 5, and before starting school, she moved to Soho to live with her father, a renowned real estate agent. Although Jennifer was supposed to attend the high school in Manhattan, her father chose to send her to a prestigious private school instead. Jennifer is an excellent and intelligent student, well regarded by her classmates and teachers. Over time, she began to participate in vibrant activities at school and made friends with children whose parents were as wealthy as hers. She easily passed the advanced placement programs, designed to prepare students for prestigious universities like Yale and Harvard. Gradually, she has made new friends at private schools in New York and was invited to parties, expanding her social circle. Although Jennifer's friends lived scattered throughout the city, they all gathered in one atmospheric spot for parties. It was here that Jennifer met her first love, a guy named Dorian. However, their relationship ended quickly, so she soon began seeing another young man named Robert Chambers. He claimed to be the son of wealthy parents with their own country club. It wasn't until a year after their first meeting that they started dating. On August 25, 1986, Jennifer started university. However, her excitement was short-lived. By the morning of August 26th, she was discovered lifeless in Central Park. What really happened to Jennifer there? Was she a random victim or did someone deliberately target her? As investigators considered the possibility that the incident was sexually motivated, they speculated that Jennifer may have been involved in prostitution. This could explain why she was in such a risky location at night. However, she comes from a rich family and she doesn't need the money, so she wouldn't do that. Also, her relatives denied this. During this time, crime in New York has increased. Among the thousands of murders that take place each year, Jennifer's case stands out and attracts great public attention. The police faced immense pressure because she belonged to a well-respected, wealthy family. Detectives initially suspected a maniac was responsible. At first, it appeared that this was a case of rape, but experienced detectives noticed clues suggesting a staged crime. The body appeared to be in an unusual position, as if caused by sexual violence. However, there were inconsistencies, such as underwear being missing but later found 100 meters away. The detective's suspicions were quickly validated. Forensic analysis found no male DNA, indicating that rape hadn't occurred. The case drew intense media attention, leading to journalists swarming the park. Details of the case were leaked to the media and detectives' theories immediately made headlines. This information is often distorted and comes with falsehoods and rumors. The police successfully kept the victim's name confidential long enough to avoid disrupting the investigation. When Jennifer's mother learned of the incident, she hurried to Central Park and was confronted with her worst fear: her daughter had died. During that tragic moment, reporters surrounded she and continuously asked her questions. Soon after, friends and other family members of Jennifer arrived. And Jennifer's father informed her classmates about the tragedy. Jennifer's family and friends provided the police with crucial information to aid the investigation. It was discovered that the night before her murder, Jennifer planned to spend time with two friends. Her father had given her a diary where she noted her upcoming plans, helping to trace the incident leading to the brutal murder. The primary suspect was Jennifer's ex-boyfriend, Dorian, whom she had recently broken up with. He is believed to have held a grudge against her, which may have been the motive for the murder. It was revealed that he had met Jennifer at a Mexican restaurant the evening before the crime. At that time, there were no social networks, mobile phones, or computers to enable rapid information exchange. Detectives gathered information very slowly. They learned that starting at 2:30 a.m., Jennifer was at a bar with the boyfriends of two friends. Around 3:45, one friend left, and shortly after, the other went home. Just before this, Robert arrived at the bar. Jennifer started paying attention to him, and they stayed together until the party ended. Robert was the last person to see her alive. Detectives went to question Robert, who was a 19 years old living near Central Park. They immediately noticed scratches on his face, and this seemed suspicious. He claimed a cat had caused, but no one believed him. When told that his girlfriend, Jennifer, was dead, he seemed shocked and genuinely worried. He cooperated with the investigation and began answering questions. Robert met Jennifer at the bar party around 3 a.m. They talked about her going to university. As the party was winding down and people started leaving, he and she stayed until around 4 a.m. They then left the bar, said goodbye, and headed home separately. Robert claimed he didn't know what happened afterward and denied involvement in Jennifer's death. She was killed between 4 o'clock and 6 a.m., and a forensic expert later confirmed her death likely occurred around 5:30. Investigators suspect Robert because he was the last person Jennifer was with, and the scratches on his face suggested a struggle. As a result, Robert became the primary suspect. Detectives tried to catch Robert in a lie, but he kept repeating his story like it was rehearsed. The interrogation lasted nearly 12 hours until Robert made a slip and slightly altered his account. This helped investigators get the necessary information they were looking for. They succeeded in getting Robert to confess, which happened under the watchful media presence, with reporters listening from the next room. Less than 24 hours after Jennifer Levin's body was found, Robert Chambers confessed to her manslaughter. According to Robert, he took a walk with Jennifer that night in Central Park. However, during the walk, she attacked him and attempted to have sex without his consent. She tied his hands with her underwear. The girl was very passionate and liked to experiment. Then, she scratched him and grabbed his genitals, causing him to scream and ask her to stop. Robert claims that she only increased the pressure instead of stopping. This story seemed so unbelievable that it made the detectives laugh and also brought shocked reactions from journalists. Robert says he was forced to defend himself due to Jennifer's aggressive actions. He managed to free his hands and, attempting to push her away, hit her with great force unintentionally. She hit a tree, then she fell down and died. He kept calling her to wake up, but she showed no response or signs of life. Not wanting to touch her, he sat next to a crowbar and waited, hoping she would wake up, but she never did. Eventually, he left the scene and observed from a distance as the police arrived. Robert insisted he was not guilty. He claimed he acted in self-defense against Jennifer's aggression. He expressed that he had no intention to harm her, as he really liked her. The investigators questioning why he didn't call for help. They believe if she had received medical help sooner, she might have survived. Robert explained that he feared being arrested. Following his interrogation, he was charged with murder. His family quickly hired a prominent lawyer, Jack Littman, who immediately petitioned the judge for Robert's release. The lawyer argued that Robert was innocent and that his actions were self-defense. The lawyer Jack portrayed Jennifer as a slut who lured Robert into a trap and tried to rape him, and he was simply defending himself. Jack argued that Jennifer injured Roberts and she coincidentally died during his self-defense. This unusual defense strategy captured public attention. New York's media and information boards were filled with sensational headlines discussing the case. However, there were supporters of Jennifer as well. They viewed he as a decent, handsome, and successful. Robert was considered an intelligent and promising young man. He was a devout Irish Catholic and could not have deliberately committed such a heinous crime, as it would have destroyed his perfect life. Outwardly, he seems incapable of killing. Many people wondered why Robert, an attractive young man, would force a girl to have sex, since he was famous and had a lot of female attention. Robert's lawyer, Jack, tried his best to keep him from being held responsible for the murder. Jack even managed to get he featured on the cover of several magazines, such as New York Magazine. He appeared in a blue suit and red tie, resembling a fashion model rather than a dangerous criminal. Meanwhile, Robert actively smeared Jennifer's reputation, and this strategy was so effective that many people developed a biased view against his. Gradually, all media and the public sided with the defense. They believe that Jennifer is a woman with an evil personality. After meeting Robert, she went to Central Park to have sex with him and attacked him. However, a group of city volunteers specializing in crime prevention and many others strongly opposed it. They realized that Robert's lawyer was lying. They were furious with the lawyer. Besides, they also accused Robert of tarnishing Jennifer's reputation. Despite this, the public accepted the lawyer's lie, and Robert's supporters actively spread rumors that Jennifer was reckless and promiscuous. This made it possible for Robert to be released on bail. The lawyers then developed a more plausible version of incident, yet continued to defame Jennifer. They argued that Jennifer liked rough sex and accidentally died in the meantime, claiming the encounter began consensually and ended tragically by accident. This story gained unexpected support when Jennifer's father submitted her diary to the media. It was rumored to document her sexual relationships in detail. Later, the media has hyped it up as a sex diary, though it only described relationships with a few individuals, lacking any explicit or provocative content. Despite this, the diary entries were ruled inadmissible, which had already harmed Jennifer's reputation. The prosecutor's office had difficulty formulating a strategy and grasping the engine of this challenging case. Why did a boy from a wealthy family commit murder? A significant step in addressing this was analyzing Robert's past. Although only 19 years old, but he had committed over 3 burglaries, targeting wealthy homes in prestigious areas. His life was not as ideal as he portrayed. His mother not wealthy, she worked as a nurse in a private clinic and spent all her free time working to earn money. Without a source of income, Robert turned to crime and theft to maintain the image of a well-off young man and to support his drug addiction. He had been using drugs since he was 14 and had undergone several treatments, but none were successful. Robert struggled to graduate high school and later entered college, but he to be expelled due to substance issues and poor academic performance. He then attended Boston University, but faced similar problems. Many people knew he as an addict with a reputation for being dangerous. Jennifer had planned to break up with Roberts, and that might have been what led to the incident at the bar that night. One of Jennifer's friends reported seeing Roberts searching through her purse. He attempted to steal $40 and became angry when questioned by her. She was appalled at how low he had fallen. This occurred shortly before she was discovered dead in the park. The investigation confirmed that her expensive earrings had been stolen. True to the nature of someone with an addiction, he simply removed the jewelry after the murder and sold it to buy drugs. Nonetheless, there was a chance that the hearings might not consider his criminal past. A year after the murder, headlines about Jennifer's brutal murder in New York's Central Park were still in the newspapers. Finding 12 jurors who are not familiar with the case, are fair, and can render a correct verdict is a difficult task. They had to vet 486 people to find the required number of jurors. On the trial day, dozens of reporters were in the courtroom. Robert maintained his story about a genital attack and blamed Jennifer. He claiming he acted in self-defense and he just accidentally caused her death. However, experts have pointed out that Jennifer had marks on her neck, indicating that she had been in a violent and prolonged struggle. Numerous injuries indicated she fought against being strangled. The deep scratches on Robert's face were caused by her while fighting back. For a month, the case was highly contentious. Witnesses gave conflicting information, creating many doubts and questions, leading the jury to deliberate. Ultimately, they have fallen into a deadlock, and the possibility that Robert would escape punishment. On the 9th day, it was decided to annul the trial results and declare a mistrial. The prosecution's only hope was a plea deal. Robert was offered to plead guilty to manslaughter, and eventually, he accepted. On March 25, 1988, in court, Robert expressed remorse. He admitted guilt for a lesser crime and apologized to Jennifer's family and friends for the suffering he caused. Consequently, he received a lenient sentence of 15 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 5 years. Before the sentencing, Robert was released on bail, during which he held a farewell party. A girl at the party captured the event on a video camera. During the party, he got drunk, and he too confessed to the crime on camera, showing no remorse and even making jokes about the incident. Once in prison, Robert immediately became a troublemaker. He participated in assaults and repeatedly violated rules related to weapons and prohibited substances. As a result, his requests for parole were denied, and he served the entire 15-year sentence. Robert was released in 2003. Subsequently, Jennifer's family filed a civil lawsuit against Robert. They won the case, with the court ordering Robert to pay the family $25 million. However, it is unlikely they will receive this money because Robert lacks the funds. Robert remained silent about the incident that tragic night. However, in 2003, he spoke to the media for the first time. He seemed weighed down by guilt over killing a young student. He viewed this interview as a chance to unburden himself. He wished to speak out. He discussed the victim, Jennifer Levin, claiming he thought about her daily. The interview lasted 4 hours, with tension high throughout. Robert acknowledged that he could never make up for the pain he caused the Jennifer family. He realized that not only did he take their daughter away from her parents and friends, but he also created a web of lies. Despite this, he did not see himself as a monster because he felt remorse. Robert believed that if he were truly a monster, he would feel nothing. He admitted he was foolish and made the biggest mistake of his life. He recognized that stupidity often accompanied his actions. Although he was a criminal, but Robert did not seek forgiveness from the public because he believed it was impossible. However, He wanted to apologize and find a way to back up his words. For the past 15 years, Robert has been imprisoned, he believing this has atoned for his guilt. He admitted he was genuinely afraid, partly because he had to speak to the media. Nevertheless, he chose to speak because he felt it was his duty. After Robert was released from prison, he really wanted to make up for his mistakes. However, after missing out on major social changes during his incarceration, he had a hard time starting over. His lack of understanding about responsibility had contributed to the tragic death of Jennifer, a young woman. In an interview, he admitted that responsibility is now a key focus in his life. The case of Kelly Lane. Kelly Lane was an Australian beauty and a champion water polo athlete. Despite her success, she faced a series of unfortunate events that led to tragedy, leaving many unanswered questions about her story. Born in 1975, Kelly grew up in a sports-oriented family. Her father, originally known as Bim, later became a police officer named Robert Lane. Her mother, Sandra, worked in a medical institution and coached water polo. Kelly had a brother named Morgan. The family was affluent and lived in a prestigious area of Sydney, Australia. Kelly was a golden child, attending Lee High School and later Mayclara. After graduating, she enrolled at the University of Newcastle to study art and then attended the Australian College of Physical Education. During this time, she started her sports career, working as a physical education teacher and coach at a girls' high school. Following in her mother's footsteps, Kelly became a highly skilled water polo player, which made her famous in her city. Her parents were proud of her accomplishments and were themselves respected professionals. Kelly took part in almost all public events, especially sports-related ones, and had a bright future ahead. Her mother was both her coach and manager, dedicating a lot of time to Kelly's career. Initially, Sandra personally handled her daughter's training, but later Kelly was coached by a more experienced trainer. Kelly dedicated herself completely to sports. Her parents were supportive and actively helped her progress in her chosen path. Despite her hectic schedule, Kelly was calm and reserved. She had a fit, athletic body and natural beauty, seldom wearing makeup. Her attractiveness and sociable nature made her popular even in high school. In 1992, when she was finishing her studies, Kelly met Aaron. They had a lot in common and their relationship developed into a romance. At the age of 17, she unexpectedly became pregnant while still in school and, not ready to become a mother, she chose to have an abortion. Aaron supported her decision. In order to continue her athletic career, Kelly kept her pregnancy and abortion a secret, never telling her parents. By early 1994, Kelly's relationship with Aaron ended due to frequent arguments. She then began an affair with a married man and became pregnant at 19, despite using contraception. She did not plan to keep the child and decided to have another abortion. This decision was made in secret, as the father did not want the child either. Kelly sought a different clinic for more confidentiality but was initially refused because the pregnancy was too advanced for a safe procedure. She had to convince the doctors to perform the surgery and they finally agreed. At that time, she was in her 20th week of pregnancy. Remarkably, during 5 months of intense training, no one noticed her condition because athletes often endure challenging situations. Kelly, determined to participate in the Olympic Games, did not show weakness or ask for special treatment. Her athleticism helped her maintain a fit appearance, aided by loose clothing. Sometimes, a woman's body structure can conceal a pregnancy until later stages, as was the case with Kelly. Although the abortion was traumatic, she felt relieved to have resolved the situation and continued with her life, pursuing sports and forming new relationships. In 1995, Kelly started dating a new boyfriend named Duncan, and they were together until 1998. Duncan professed his deep love for Kelly and expressed a desire to marry her. Both were athletes who enjoyed parties and entertainment. During this time, Kelly became pregnant again with an unwanted child. After her previous traumatic abortion, she was reluctant to seek medical help. Despite being pregnant, Kelly still chose to compete in sports and compete in the World Cup. Practicing a demanding sport like water polo while pregnant is no easy feat, yet Kelly managed it. Despite the intense physical demands, no one noticed the strain she was under, not even her boyfriend on the team, as Kelly kept her pregnancy a secret. To maintain her privacy, she wore a towel to the pool and only removed it before entering the water, avoiding showing her figure in a swimsuit by wearing loose clothing. Her boyfriend remained unaware but later recalled that she never let him touch her stomach and had limited contact with him. Around the 7th month of her pregnancy, an unexpected situation occurred. During practice, a swimmer in the water next to Kelly noticed her protruding belly and suspected that she might be pregnant. The swimmer shared her suspicions with her coach. Kelly's coach then asked her about it. Kelly firmly denied being pregnant, and the coach, upon seeing her small belly, was reassured. Kelly continued to lie, fearing that it would ruin her athletic career. Kelly was participating in a local water polo event. During the event, she felt unwell and was taken to hospital on a stretcher, where she gave birth to a baby girl. She experienced severe contractions, which likely began during the competition. After the birth, Kelly abandoned the baby, who was later adopted. She even named another man as the father. Despite this, Kelly was forced to stay in the hospital with the baby until she was discharged. She did not inform her family about the birth, telling her parents that she was with friends, which they believed. No one was worried about her, allowing her to carry out her plan. On her birthday, she managed to leave the hospital to have a drink with friends. She became intoxicated. After returning from the party, Kelly was discharged from the hospital and her baby was placed with a foster family. At the beginning of the year, Kelly began working as a teacher at a private school. She also continued her water polo career, representing Australia at the World Championships in Canada. Kelly performed well and won a silver medal. When Kelly turned 21, she became pregnant again. Despite being pregnant, Kelly maintained a romantic relationship with Duncan, who was deeply in love and considering marriage. However, she chose to keep her pregnancy a secret from her family, friends, and Duncan, even though they had been together for a long time and he was eager to marry her. Throughout her pregnancy, Kelly did not show any physical signs. She remained slim and did not alter her lifestyle. She regularly consumed alcohol, attended parties, engaged in intimate relationships, and continued to exercise vigorously, just as she always had. In a small suburb where everyone knew each other, Kelly faced the challenge of being the subject of gossip during her pregnancies. Many people envied her and suspected something was wrong, fueling rumors about her condition. This suspicion was partly due to changes in her behavior, like wearing towels or loose-fitting clothes. While those close to her didn't notice anything unusual, some outsiders found it odd. Regardless, Kelly consistently denied any rumors about being pregnant, insisting she was fine, and no one challenged her assertions, as there was no proof to suggest otherwise. In April 1996, Kelly's relationship with Duncan began to deteriorate. He moved to a different area and bought a house, creating distance between them. Later, Kelly discovered that he had cheated on her with one of the athletes on her team. Although this betrayal hurt her, Kelly chose to forgive him and work to save their relationship. On September 12, in the year 1996, Kelly secretly gave birth to her second daughter, whom she named Tegan. She had informed her relatives that she would be spending the weekend with friends, but instead, she went to the hospital to give birth. Kelly chose a hospital far from home, reducing the risk of encountering someone she knew. For the first time during her pregnancy, she used her real name and date of birth at the hospital. She even considered keeping the baby. However, she later changed her address and phone number. At the time, it was relatively easy to hide or change personal information. Australians had access to free health care, including anonymous services if needed. Unlike her previous children, baby Tegan felt the warmth of her mother, indicating that a bond had formed between them. Kelly spent time with her daughter, breastfeeding, bathing and sleeping together. During her labor, she consulted with doctors about her future as a mother. Unlike before, she tried to avoid or abandon her child. Just 2 days after giving birth, Kelly and her daughter were discharged from hospital. However, she missed an important test required in Australia, which involves taking blood from the baby's heel for newborn screening. The early discharge was necessary because of a lack of beds in the hospital. Both Kelly and her daughter felt well and were quickly discharged to make room for other patients. On the day she was discharged from the hospital, Kelly left home between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., and no one saw the baby again. She returned to her parents' house around 3 p.m. without her daughter. Since no one knew she had given birth, there were no suspicions or questions about her absence. That evening, she met her boyfriend and went out to a family wedding where she acted normally as if nothing had happened. Her behavior raised no concerns among her relatives. For the next 10 years, no one suspected the existence of Tegan. The baby had vanished during the time between leaving the hospital and arriving at her parents' home. Since only Kelly and the doctors were aware of the baby's existence, no one searched for Tegan. The doctors did not follow up on the baby's fate, so the information remained hidden. At the end of 1998, Kelly became pregnant again due to her carelessness. By the time she discovered her pregnancy, she had already broken up with her boyfriend, Duncan. This time, she decided not to tell anyone and wanted to have an abortion. In early February 1999, she visited the new abortion clinic in Queensland. However, her request for an abortion was denied because she arrived at the clinic in the 25th week of her pregnancy, which was too late for the procedure. She faced similar refusals at other clinics, leaving her with no choice but to give birth. Kelly secretly gave birth in the hospital and immediately put the baby up for adoption. By that time, the laws regarding adoption had changed, making the process more complicated. She spoke briefly with a social worker about her lack of documents. Kelly lied, claiming it was her first birth, and provided her real name but gave false information about her contact details and address. She also stated that she did not know who the child's father was. Because of the incorrect information she provided, the social worker's job became much more difficult. When the organization that assists new mothers reviewed her case, they realized they had been misled and that this was not Kelly's first birth. They began searching for her to discuss the situation, as they lacked the necessary information to legally finalize the adoption of the child. The adoption process in the country has changed significantly, but Kelly was not aware of this. Consequently, the social workers handling the adoption paperwork performed a thorough background check on the child's biological mother. As they investigated her history and life, they uncovered numerous inconsistencies and falsehoods. They investigated Kelly's situation and found that she likely had a daughter named Tegan, whom she had given birth to several years earlier. Kelly did not abandon Tegan, she left the hospital with her. However, the only information available was that Tegan was born in a hospital near Bern. After leaving the hospital, there was no communication from Kelly. She never Tegan took for checkups, vaccinations, or visits to the pediatrician. For 3 years, there were no updates about the child, and Kelly's biological mother denied that Kelly had ever given birth. This situation raised alarms, leading social services employees to reach out to Kelly's mother. She confidently insisted that they were mistaken and claimed she had no grandchildren. However, the social workers suspected something was wrong and contacted the police, who began their investigation. Meanwhile, Kelly went about her life, unaware that the police were getting closer to uncovering her secrets. In 2000, on her 25th birthday, it was revealed that she was pregnant again, and this time she chose to keep the child. For the first time, she shared this news with her family and boyfriend. This decision was likely influenced by Kelly's sports career, as she was aging and had stopped competing. Kelly tried to work as a coach and present herself as a respectable mother, which was beneficial for her at that time. However, she was unaware that the investigation into the disappearance of baby Tegan was intensifying. Later, police reached out to her regarding her previous pregnancies, and Kelly was summoned for questioning. This time, she could not evade it, as police had already gathered extensive information about her. Kelly admitted to 5 pregnancies, including those that were terminated, between the ages of 17 and 24. She had 2 abortions and gave birth to 3 children, all without her family's knowledge. She stated that Tegan was born from a secret relationship with an older man named Andrew Morris. Kelly met Andrew on this Beach Street, where he worked in finance, and they connected in a bar. Their relationship was short-lived. When Kelly discovered she was pregnant and shared the news with Andrew, he was excited and awaited the birth. She claimed that after the baby was born, Andrew took Tegan but did not clarify where they would live. Kelly was unable to provide further details about Andrew. Nevertheless, a portrait was created based on her description for the investigation. The police began by checking their records, with the initial goal of finding the baby's father, Andrew, to find out where the child was. The police were stumped because they could not find any men matching Kelly's description. The potential matches were either too young or too old, and no one by that name lived on Bibbich Street, which cast doubt on Kelly's story. They eventually discovered an Andrew Morris, who had previously been in a relationship with Kelly, but that was years before her child was born. When the police contacted him, he confirmed that he had not seen Kelly for a long time and did not have any children with her. He had moved away a long time ago and had never lived at the address Kelly had provided. A month later, the investigation hit a temporary pause because there were no new leads on the child. However, a new police took over the case, and Kelly was called in for questioning again. She recounted the same story she had shared with the previous police, but some details had changed, and which the new police noticed. For instance, the father's last name had suddenly shifted from Andrew Morris to Andrew Norris. With a friendly smile, Kelly claimed she might have made a mistake during the earlier questioning and now remembered the correct last name, which confused the police. They directly asked her if she had killed her daughter. Kelly was surprised and denied it, asking to stop the audio recording of the interrogation. She was clearly distressed, mainly worried about how discussing her pregnancy might impact her career. However, there wasn't enough evidence to charge her, so the Kelly was released, and the investigation continued. Police, after considerable effort, were unable to locate Andrew Norris. However, they were unable to find any men matching Kelly's description, nor were there any children resembling Tegan enrolled in schools or kindergartens in the Minley area or surrounding communities. Police sifted through some 86,000 birth records in an attempt to identify potential adoptive parents for the child, but they found no new leads. Despite Kelly's increasing dishonesty, she continued to mislead the police. She said she saw Tegan 1-year-old in mid-1997, but no one could confirm her claim. Despite this, the police remained optimistic and continued their investigation. They contacted Kelly's ex-boyfriend, Duncan, as her relationship with him coincided with the clandestine relationship that led to Tegan's birth. Duncan maintains that he did not know about Kelly's affair. Duncan suspected that Kelly was pregnant, but she never mentioned it to him. He noticed that she never let him touch her belly, though he didn't think much of it at the time. They lived apart and only saw each other occasionally. He willingly agreed to provide his DNA for testing. The results showed that he was not the biological father of Kelly's first or third child, as both were adopted by other families. Unfortunately, the police did not have DNA samples from the missing baby, so they couldn't confirm if Duncan was the father of Tegan. Connecting all the data to confirm Tegan's existence was a challenge because information about the mother and baby was incomplete and inaccurate, making the investigation even more difficult. While the police worked to solve the mystery and find the Tegan, Kelly continued her life without concern. During this time, rumors spread around town that Kelly had multiple abortions, had children, and abandoned them. These rumors damaged her coaching career and damaged her reputation. Kelly eventually gave birth to a baby girl, whom she chose to keep, and she introduced her to all her relatives. In 2004, to help restore her reputation, she married the father of her fourth child. The police were unable to get any information about Tegan's father, Notorious. Kelly frequently changed her story, which caused the police to lose confidence in her. The case stalled and they offered Kelly a deal. If she pleaded guilty to the child's murder and revealed where the body was buried, she would not face any charges and could avoid jail time. Despite these terms, Kelly maintained her innocence, claiming that she did not kill the child. She claimed that the child was still alive and suggested that both the child's and the father's names may have been changed, or that they may have left the country and are now untraceable. She believed that this was the reason why the police had been unable to locate them. The police found the scenario unlikely. Why would Andrew change both his name and Tegan's if he hadn't kidnapped her? He could have simply taken his daughter away from her mother and updated the necessary paperwork, enrolling her in a nursery, school, or hospital. Why did he remain in hiding for so many years? There is no clear reason for this. The situation was further complicated by a ban on sharing information about the case, which prevented police from seeking help from the media or the public. When Kelly declined a plea bargain and police failed to investigate for years, they concluded that Tegan was dead and the case was treated as a murder. They also deemed Andrew to be a fictitious person. However, there was no solid evidence supporting these claims. Despite the absence of direct evidence or testimony against Kelly, she was charged with Tegan's murder on November 17, 2009. Kelly maintained her innocence, and the case was referred to court. The prosecution claims that Tegan's murder occurred on September 14, 1996, the day Kelly was discharged from the hospital. Shortly after leaving, the baby went missing. The Kelly had very little time to commit the crime and dispose of the body. To protect her social status and image, Kelly hid her pregnancy and discarded the baby, fearing that having a child would harm her sports career. She returned home the same day as if nothing had happened, met her boyfriend, and went to celebrate a relative's wedding. During the trial, Kelly maintained her innocence. Her first boyfriend, Aaron, supported her and they rekindled their relationship after her divorce. He shared that it was difficult for them to decide to terminate her pregnancy the first time, and it was a difficult healing process for Kelly, leading him to believe that she was not capable of murder. However, he did not know that she later had another abortion and gave birth to the children she abandoned. In front of the jury, the prosecutor had no concrete evidence, witnesses, or bodies. Only circumstantial evidence against her. Prosecutors described Kelly as a dangerous, manipulative person who would do anything to get what she wanted. Her ability to abandon her children raised suspicions about her capacity to kill. A psychiatrist confirmed that Kelly displayed narcissistic traits and was adept at playing the victim. The trial lasted 4 months and was complicated. Despite the uncertainty of the indictment, the jury found Kelly Lane guilty, not of murdering Tegan, but of perjury. The verdict was handed down on December 13, 2010. The trial reconvened on April 15, 2011, when Kelly confessed to killing Tegan. She was sentenced to 18 years in prison. As a mother unable to care for her many children, she began her sentence in prison, with all of her appeals being rejected. During the trial, Kelly displayed no emotions, appearing indifferent to her baby's fate, which likely influenced the jury's decision. After entering prison, she broke up with Aaron but continued to send him love letters. Meanwhile, Aaron had begun dating someone else. This new girlfriend requested in a reply letter that Kelly stop contacting them, which angered Kelly. In response, she sent letters to Aaron's new girlfriend and asked her friends to harass her. Kelly's cellmates joined in, insulting Aaron's new girlfriend on social media. The woman, tired of being harassed, decided to end her relationship with Aaron. Kelly, 48, is currently serving a prison sentence but will soon be eligible for parole. She maintains her innocence and insists that her daughter is still alive. Kelly's parents fully support her and believe the court's decision was unfair due to a lack of evidence linking Kelly to the child. In an interview, Kelly Lane revealed that she hid her pregnancy to avoid embarrassing her parents. She said that she had taken birth control pills incorrectly multiple times, leading to unwanted pregnancies. New, alarming information has emerged in connection with the case. On May 12, 2023, a taxi driver contacted the police and provided a tip. He revealed that on the day Kelly was discharged from the hospital, he had picked her and her baby up. During the ride home, Kelly asked him to stop the car. She then got out and left the baby on the side of the road. Although the driver testified to this, he did nothing at the time. After dropping Kelly off at home, he was racked with guilt and decided to go back to check on the baby. When he arrived, he saw a woman who said she would take care of the baby, but he left without any information about her. The police attempted to verify this account, but they could not find any confirmation or anyone else who had seen the woman. The case of Joseph and Olga Connell. The Connell family lived in Wilmington, Delaware, USA, and had 3 children. However, then their parents divorced, which was a difficult experience for everyone. The children stayed with their mother. The eldest child was John, the middle child was Joseph, and the youngest was a girl named Kelly. During their childhood, they often quarreled over small things, but as they grew older, they became very close and found common ground. Their mother also began a relationship with another man who became like a second father to them. The family enjoyed a comfortable life in a quiet, affluent neighborhood. Joseph, the middle son, known as Joe, grew up to be an ambitious and enterprising young man. Although he is often overly meticulous and focused on business, he is also known for his cheerful personality. He has done well in his career. He co-owned a car service and a store with his best friend, Christopher. Their partnership thrived as they were both passionate about their business and focused on its growth. During this time, Joseph met Olga online, a young woman from Russia. Both were over 30 and had experienced heartache in previous relationships, so they were seeking love. They quickly connected, due to their friendly and vibrant personalities, which made them likable to others. Joseph, who thought of himself as a lifelong bachelor, was surprised to meet such a beautiful blonde who changed his life and beliefs completely. They spent many hours texting and calling each other, and grew so close that Olga traveled from Siberia to the USA to meet him. Joseph was thrilled when they met in person. He was captivated by her beauty, and she appreciated his kind and gentle nature. Their mutual attraction led them to start dating, and their relationship developed quickly. Joseph's family quickly grew fond of Olga, as their son was completely smitten by her. She appeared gentle and shy, but beneath that exterior was a lively and ambitious woman capable of doing anything. The entire family adored her, believing she was the one who could finally help their son settle down. Joseph had promised to marry her, and soon after, they decided to plan their wedding. Problems in the relationship began at that moment. The first issue was the wedding ring. According to family tradition, the mother wanted to pass down her jewelry to her son, Joseph. However, the wedding ring had already been given to her daughter Kelly, who had married 10 years earlier. This ring was valuable, worth about $20,000 due to its diamond inlay. Joseph discreetly replaced the diamonds with cubic zirconia and gave the modified ring back to Kelly. He then took the diamonds and set them into a new engagement ring for Olga. He assumed that Olga and Kelly wouldn't notice the difference. No one intended to deceive Kelly. They meant to return everything eventually, but the process took longer than expected. Kelly eventually noticed the difference in the stones, which upset her. She confronted Joseph about it, and he became very upset as well. He felt that she was trying to break family traditions, which angered him. The wedding ceremony was held in the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, the groom's younger sister, Kelly, did not attend because she was upset with the couple and had to work that day. However, she sent Olga a few sarcastic messages about her wedding ring. At that time, Olga did not know what Joseph had done with that wedding ring. The wedding ring caused a lack of respect, greatly affecting their mood. Just a few weeks after the wedding, the young couple experienced constant arguments, especially after someone broke into their home while they were at work. The intruder stole a large amount of jewelry and family heirlooms. Fortunately, at that moment, the Connell family's diamond ring was on Olga's finger, so it was not taken. After Joseph discovered that someone had broken into his house, he contacted the police. Officers arrived to investigate the scene and search for the intruder. To the forensic scientist's surprise, there was no evidence to confirm that a robbery had actually taken place, raising suspicions that it might have been staged. Unfortunately, they would not be able to resolve this case, as a far more serious crime soon unfolded, involving Joseph and Olga. Joseph and Olga began their life together on the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean Sea, where they enjoyed their honeymoon a month after their wedding. They relished each other's company, the ocean, and the sun, engaging in activities like fishing, sailing on a yacht through the turquoise waters, and savoring delicious cuisine. With plenty of financial resources, they fulfilled every wish on their honeymoon. Upon returning home, they purchased a brand new Mercedes convertible, worth over $100,000. Joseph can afford this luxury car because he is a co-owner of a fast-growing car company that brings in about $1 million in revenue each year. Olga, a former stock trader, was well-versed in finance and client relations. After marrying, she quickly joined Joseph's business as an administrator. With her attractive appearance, Russian accent, and friendly demeanor, she played a key role in growing the business. Everything seemed perfect until tragedy struck. On September 23rd, just 3 months after their wedding, gunshots rang out around 2 a.m. at Joseph and Olga's home in Wilmington. An eyewitness called emergency services to report a woman who had been shot near a condominium in the Dean CL residential complex. At that time, Olga was still alive. Medics arrived within minutes and provided first aid to her. She had sustained gunshot wounds and was bleeding. They rushed her to the hospital, but despite their efforts, Olga tragically died en route. While investigating the crime scene, police discovered another body nearby, Joseph, who had been shot in the back of the head and was already dead. The incident suggested that this was not a random robbery. It appeared that both Joseph and Olga had been deliberately attacked from behind. Detectives quickly pieced together the information that had been gathered by the police officers. They suspect that the previous robbery at Joseph and Olga's home may have had something to do with their tragic end. Although there were several witnesses and neighbors who heard gunfire, no one actually saw the shooting, which left investigators without clues new. Some witnesses mentioned hearing 2 men arguing loudly just before the shots were fired. The incident occurred right after Joseph and Olga returned from celebrating Olga's 39th birthday at a bar. They had spent the evening with friends and family, enjoying themselves until they felt tired. After midnight, they drove home in their convertible and parked near the condominium entrance, unaware that danger was waiting for them. Olga suffered multiple gunshot wounds to her face, with one bullet entering her cheek and exiting through the back of her head. Joseph was shot multiple times, including in the head, and was found lifeless in the bushes nearby. Meanwhile, Olga was fighting for her life and waiting for assistance. The police arrived while helping Olga, hoping she could provide a name or some clue about the attacker. However, she did not respond. Nearby, they discovered many spent cartridges, suggesting that there might have been multiple assailants. The cartridges came in different calibers, indicating various types of weapons were used. It was unlikely that a single criminal would use different pistols. In total, around 20 bullets had been fired, further implying that several attackers were involved and that they acted with confidence. The police quickly confirmed that the attack was not a robbery, as nothing was stolen. Joseph and Olga had a wallet with a large amount of cash, and Olga's bag containing a phone and other valuables was left nearby. She was also wearing an expensive wedding ring worth tens of thousands of dollars. After investigating the incident, the police determined that it was an ambush targeting there. They were deliberately attacked near their home and shot multiple times. They appeared to be a happy couple with no known conflicts. However, the motive for the attack remained unclear. Once the investigation started, detectives interviewed the relatives of Joseph and Olga. Joseph's mother and stepfather claimed that they had no enemies and that no one wanted to harm them. However, it was known that Joseph had a disagreement with his younger sister, Kelly, regarding the wedding ring, which came up during the questioning. Some suspected that Kelly might have killed Day out of jealousy over the ring. Did she really hate her brother, Joseph, so much that she had to kill both him and her sister Olga-in-law in revenge? However, it was odd that Kelly was one of the first people to arrive at the crime scene, especially since she lived in another part of the area. She was visibly affected by the tragedy. She actively cooperated with investigators and looked forward to providing assistance. She opened up about her recent problems with Joseph, which she had been dealing with for about a month. She honestly told them the whole story and even showed them the angry text correspondence they had exchanged with each other and with Olga. The messages indicated that Olga suspected Kelly of the robbery, but she denied any involvement and claimed she was innocent in the attack on Joseph and Olga. Meanwhile, it was confirmed that the attacker was a man and had an accomplice. Detectives also discovered that Kelly had been fighting breast cancer for a long time, had recently undergone difficult treatment, and was in recovery. Given her condition, it seemed unlikely she had the physical strength to commit the crime. Despite this, the Armed Forces Police still considered Kelly a suspect, believing she might be involved due to a potential motive of greed. Throughout the interrogations, Kelly did not crack under pressure, yet she remained a suspect for a considerable time because of the apparent motive. At this point, detectives are also considering another theory, that the crime could have been motivated by jealousy. They considered whether one of Olga's or Joseph's ex-partners might have harbored resentment and sought revenge. Investigators looked into the former partners of both spouses, but none of them aroused suspicion. Olga had no relationships in the USA besides Joseph, making the possibility of an ex-boyfriend of hers from Russia coming to the United States to seek revenge unlikely. Contrary, Joseph maintained good relationships with his ex-girlfriends, and none wished him harm. They were both married and had no intentions of rekindling past relationships, leading detectives to dismiss this jealousy theory. Researchers have had difficulty finding a motive for the tragedy. Detectives began to consider other motives and searched for any enemies of Joseph and Olga. However, they were kind and friendly, and they had no involvement in any conflicts. Subsequently, they turned their attention to Kelly's husband, Gareth. They suspected he might have been persuaded by Kelly to commit a double murder. However, Gareth had a solid alibi. He also corroborated Kelly's statement that on the day of the murder, she had been feeling unwell and was recovering from an illness. The theory that Joseph and Olga's deaths were related to criminal activity has been skepticized due to Joseph's reputation. Joseph made his money honestly, and he and Olga will not engage in illegal activities. However, witnesses later confirmed that Joseph was secretly selling steroids. The sale of this drug was banned, and he made huge profits from this. Joseph's business associate, Christopher River, was implicated in the crime. A close associate of Christopher revealed that he had often spoken negatively about Joseph, he even accusing Joseph of embezzlement. This stems from the fact that Joseph sold steroids through Joseph's joint store with him, and Joseph kept all the profits for himself. Detectives then visited Christopher, who had been Joseph's partner for over 10 years. They had built their business together from the ground up. They also very close and have been through many difficulties together. However, instead of feeling grief over the loss of his close friend and associate, he appeared surprisingly calm, as if the tragedy had no effect on him. He claimed that he had arranged to meet Joseph and Olga at a bar that night, but then he was unable to come due to work. Christopher also mentioned various rumors about Olga, including rumors of her ties to the Russian mafia. He also suggested that Joseph was not entirely honest, and urged the police to explore various leads in their search for the killers. Although there were suspicions about Christopher's honesty, a thorough investigation was necessary. This led to the discovery of Joseph's connections to the criminal world, which were corroborated by several acquaintances. A couple of years before his marriage, Joseph had been imprisoned for illegal possession of weapons. The incident occurred in a bar where a fight broke out, and Joseph retrieved a shotgun from his pickup truck to threaten those involved. After his conviction, Joseph formed new relationships in prison and learned about the steroid trade from some fellow inmates. After his release, he began engaging in illegal medical drug trafficking, establishing himself as a well-known figure in this illicit business, alongside his primary occupation. It remained unclear whether these activities could have motivated the murder. Did Joseph have conflicts with anyone in this illicit trade? Is it possible that Russian mafia operating in the US were involved? Detectives need to quickly find the truth. They looked into some suspicious individuals and investigated a man named Harry Cook, who was interested in partnering with Joseph in an auto shop. By the time of Joseph and Olga's deaths, Harry had invested over $100,000 into the business. This could also be the motive for the attack. Additionally, Harry lived near Wilmington, but he had a solid alibi for the time of the incident. Consequently, the police hit a dead end and continued to investigate Christopher, suspecting that he might have been stealing money from Joseph. The investigation into the store's financial records revealed that, despite a high income, but Christopher was experiencing big losses. His expenses were skyrocketing, which raised suspicions of theft. It became clear that someone was stealing money, and it was eventually discovered that Christopher was the culprit. As law enforcement looked into the missing funds, they learned that Christopher was struggling with opioid addiction. He was using his earnings to fund his drug habit, and his income was no longer sufficient to cover his expenses. Consequently, he resorted to stealing from the store, which was effectively stealing from Joseph, to support his addiction. Christopher's addiction had spiraled out of control. He was consuming large quantities of illegal drugs and was desperate for money. He had already incurred significant debts and was stealing from anyone he could. Additionally, he began exhibiting paranoid behavior. He claiming that the armed forces were after him and trying to kill him. His attempts to cover up his crimes only drew more attention from the police. At this point, the police were becoming suspicious of his alibi. Christopher willingly shared CCTV footage with detectives, shows he was at his home at the time of the incident. The police verified that the timestamps on the recordings were accurate, but they still doubted his story and sensed something was off. They then examined Christopher's mobile phone. On the night of the murder, he made significantly more calls than usual, with many occurring around the same time as the attack on Joseph and Olga. Although the call log had been deleted from his phone, law enforcement was able to recover it easily. On the night of the incident, Christopher called some friends named Dominique and Aaron, people who may have been involved in the case. It seems that he was under the influence of illegal substances and wanted to kill Joseph and Olga. Rather than committing the act himself, he hired Dominique and Aaron to carry it out. The case is getting more and more complicated. If the murder had gone as planned, business associate of Joseph, Christopher, would have received $1 million from Joseph's life insurance. When they first started their business, they had a similar insurance policy. If a Joseph died, Christopher can receive a large sum of money, enough to solve all his problems and pay off all his debts. However, he could not access this money because Joseph had married. Following the murder, Joseph's wife, Olga, would receive the full insurance payout, leaving Christopher with nothing. Therefore, he felt he needed to eliminate both Joseph and Olga to be able to get all of this money. This theory is reinforced by conversations between Christopher and two accomplices, Dominique and Aaron, on the night of the murder. Christopher frequently asks them when they will return home, which shows that he is very worried about the success of the attack plan. The responses he received were unclear. Detectives quickly seized 4 mobile phones belonging to all suspects involved in the double murder, Christopher, Dominique, and Aaron. They analyzed the phones using cell tower data, confirming that on September 23, 2013, Dominique and Aaron were near the Joseph's house. The main culprits, Dominique and Aaron, were seen on surveillance cameras which Christopher presented to validate his alibi. However, video from surveillance cameras has evidence that does not support Christopher. It revealed the unusual behavior of he appeared restless as he paced around the apartment, worrying without letting go of the phone. At that moment, he was clearly awaiting a response from Dominique and Aaron. Notably, then Dominique was of great assistance to the investigation, he confessing during police questioning and agreeing to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. He stated that Christopher had asked him to kill Joseph and Olga. Christopher had initially provided a $5,000 deposit, then promised an additional $60,000 once Joseph and Olga were dead. As part of a plea deal with the prosecution, Dominique testified against Christopher in court. A year after the brutal massacre, Christopher was charged with conspiracy to commit double murder, Joseph and Olga. Aaron also appeared in court. The hearing started 19 months after the investigation began. Although Christopher had a detailed plan, it ultimately failed. He hoped that the investigation would become confusing and not go in the right direction. He suggested several explanations, including Joseph's involvement in illegal steroid sales, robberies that happened just before the tragedy, and a feud with Kelly. Christopher thought these ideas might distract the police, allowing them to arrest someone else. Fortunately, law enforcement did not fall for his tactics and uncovered the real killers. The police proved that the robbery at Joseph's house before the murder was staged on Christopher's orders. They entered the house to find and steal an engagement ring. If successful, investigators would likely have considered Joseph's younger sister, Kelly, the main suspect in the murder. However, the ring was not stolen, resulting in Christopher's plan failing. During the trials of the criminals, Aaron Thompson has confessed to the murders of Joseph and Olga and received a sentence of 45 years. Evidence showed that he was the one who fired the gun. Christopher Rivers, who instigated the crime, was sentenced to 2 life terms plus an additional 50 years. His accomplice, Dominique Benson, was convicted of conspiracy and abetting, receiving a 5-year prison sentence. In this case, Joseph's younger sister, Kelly, has been hurt a lot. Initially, the police pressured her, attempting to falsely accuse her of murdering her own brother, Joseph, putting her at risk of imprisonment despite her innocence. Although she felt upset about her mother and brother's actions regarding the wedding ring, but those issues are just minor controversies. During the funeral, Kelly expressed her deep love for her brother and grieved the significant loss. The case of Carrie Farver. In 2012, Dave Kropa, 34, moved to Omaha, Nebraska to start managing an auto repair shop he had recently inherited. Shortly before this, he separated from his wife, Amy Flora. They have 2 children together, and for the sake of their children, they remain on good terms and see each other regularly. Dave is trying to find a new woman to date, so he created profiles on several dating sites. He is friendly, sociable, and easygoing, so there are many people who want to meet him and want to start a relationship with him. At that time, he did not want a long-term or serious relationship, and he was content to enjoy fun moments with women. On an autumn day in 2012, Carrie Farver visited Dave's auto repair shop to have her car checked. Carrie was a 37-year-old, single mother. She has a 14-year-old son, and he is aiming to become a programmer in the future. When Dave met her, he was instantly infatuated with her and asked her out on a date. But she declined, saying he wasn't her type. However, he was captivated by she and wanted to get her attention. He later found her online and sent her a message. Although she didn't respond immediately, she eventually replied, and they started communicating. When she returned to the repair shop for more work on her car, he invited her to dinner again, and this time, she accepted. Carrie was a very cheerful, independent, and energetic woman. In school, she was among the top students, and teachers believed she had a promising future. Carrie was close to her mother, dear friends, and acquaintances. She always wore a smile and never gave up, no matter the situation. However, her life changed significantly at age 22, when she became pregnant by her boyfriend. Her boyfriend didn't like this, and he refused to take responsibility for raising the child. This didn't deter she, though. She quickly decided to keep the baby, become a single mother, and will not depend on boyfriend. She paused her university studies to find a job. She then moved into an apartment near her mother, Nancy. She also graduated from college and eventually got a job in IT with a higher salary. Being a mother came naturally to her, and her life revolved around her son, Max, and she chose not to pursue new relationships, dedicating herself entirely to her child. Dave's first date with Carrie went very well, and she was delighted about their time together. She later shared with a friend on social media that she hadn't laughed so much in years. Their conversation flowed freely and naturally, as if they had known each other for a long time, and Carrie was eager to continue the relationship. Furthermore, Dave also wants to build a romantic relationship with she. He even confessed that he was in love with her. He decided to stop talking to others on dating sites for her. However, before Dave met Carrie, he knew another woman named Shauna Elizabeth Gollier, who went by Liz. She was the first person he met online after divorcing his wife. He found her to be a sweet and cheerful person. Both had children around the same age, and she expressed interest in having an open relationship, similar to Dave's desire. She managed a small business and took care of housework. They felt very compatible, so they saw each other regularly for the past 6 months, maintaining a sexual relationship. Over time, Liz became more and more difficult. She wanted to spend more and more time with Dave. However, he doesn't like it, and he would rather communicate with other women. This causes their relationship to deteriorate, and he begins to distance himself from her. However, Liz kept interfering in his life, often giving him unsolicited advice, which stressed him out. Liz also knew that he had been dating different women before he met Carrie. She felt very dissatisfied with all the women he dated. Dave wanted to break up with his girlfriend, Liz, and suggested she date other people. However, she refused to break up and has deleted her dating website. She became jealous of other women, including Carrie, and even of Dave's kids and ex-wife. As a result, he frequently had to reassure her. During a date with Carrie, Dave noticed missed calls and texts from Liz. Liz insisted on entering his apartment immediately because she forgot something there during her last visit. Dave told her he was with his girlfriend and couldn't let her in right then, but he can do it after he gets home. However, Liz kept pressing him to let her in, claiming she urgently needed her belongings. In the end, Dave agreed. He and Carrie returned to his place. When they entered the house, Liz showed up, pounding on the door and angrily demanding entry. Of course, this situation clearly ruined their evening, but Carrie sympathized. She suggested that Dave resolve the issue with Liz first, then they could go to her house where they wouldn't be bothered. And they did just that. Dave opened the door, returned Liz's items. Then he and Carrie left together. Carrie's trip back to Macedonia, Iowa, took about an hour. In the morning, she told Dave she was happy with their current relationship arrangement. She didn't want a serious relationship, marriage, or children. She just wanted to enjoy their time together. This understanding brought them closer, as they shared similar views on relationships. Their relationship thrives on mutual understanding. Dave found she very attractive, smart, and charming. Over the next 2 weeks, they saw each other every day. Even though she lives in a neighboring city in another state, but she still visits him during the day to have lunch or spend time together. She often stayed overnight. She had a high-paying job, holding a key position in a large IT company. She dedicated most of her time to work and her son, leaving only a small portion for leisure. This perfectly aligned with Dave's lifestyle. In early November, Dave started considering whether to change his main rule and move in with Carrie. Around the same time, while in Thailand, Carrie received several friend requests on social media from strangers. She noticed one request came from someone in her hometown of Macedonia. She sent a message asking if they knew each other, but never got a reply. This felt odd, so she told Dave, but they didn't think much of it. On November 13, 2012, Dave woke up early and saw Carrie working on her laptop, finishing edits on a new project she was set to present to management that day. She kissed him goodbye and left, planning to meet him again in the evening. During the day, Dave got a message from Carrie asking if he wanted to move in with her. This was surprising because just a few days earlier, they had agreed not to live together but to continue their relationship casually. Although Dave had been considering the idea, but he felt uncomfortable with this, so he politely declined. He reminded Carrie of their previous discussion to keep things as they were for now. However, the other person responded with a barrage of insults, showing outright hatred for him. The messages were filled with hysterical threats, indicating that the relationship with his dream woman was likely over. Dave was stunned by her words and didn't recognize the person he loved. Consequently, he cut off all communication, went home after work, and noticed that none of Carrie's belongings were there. He assumed she had broken up with him and taken all her belongings with her. A few days later, police officers arrived at the auto repair shop where Dave worked. They informed him that his girlfriend, Carrie, was missing. Dave was the last person to see her alive. He had kissed her goodbye in the morning before she left for work, but she never arrived there. Since then, no one had been able to reach her. Dave told the investigators he had no idea what had happened to Carrie and shared their last messages. He explained that she had communicated with him in a very rude manner that day. Upset by her tone, he ended their conversation. This later troubled him as he wondered if it was truly Carrie, who was always polite, sending such messages. Detectives then spoke with Carrie's relatives, piecing together some incident from that day. On the morning of November 13, 2012, Dave had left home after kissing Carrie goodbye as she prepared for work. Later, Carrie's mother, Nancy, received a worrying message from her daughter, saying she had broken up with her boyfriend, Dave, and was in a mental hospital due to a nervous breakdown. This alarmed Nancy, who panicked when she couldn't find Carrie in any hospital. Meanwhile, Carrie failed to appear at work on an important day when she was supposed to present a new project, raising further concerns for her safety. Later, Carrie's employer received a message stating that she had accepted a new job in Kansas and would no longer be working for him. This news surprised the management because she takes her work very seriously. Additionally, Carrie's son, Max, also received a message from she, saying she was going to her brother's wedding. However, the wedding took place without her. These conflicting messages worried her family, colleagues, and friends because they didn't seem true. No one believed she would leave her son and relocate to another state just for work. It seemed that she was either hiding something or in trouble. Concerned, her relatives decided to file a police report about her disappearance. Dave was completely confused by what was happening and can't believe it. He allowed the police full access to inspect his car and mobile phone. He actively cooperated with the investigation and tried to help in the search for his beloved, Carrie. He told police that his relationship with her had only begun a few weeks ago, but they had become very close during that time. Carrie was always calm, but after her disappearance, he began receiving aggressive messages with insults and threats on social media. The police believed him because he voluntarily cooperated with them. He was clearly very upset about her disappearance and successfully passed the polygraph test. He had no reason to harm his beloved. The detectives informed Dave of something important regarding Carrie's. They revealed that Carrie had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Without medication, she might experience psychotic episodes, which could explain the unusual aggressive messages. Detectives explained that if Carrie ran out of medication while she was with him, she might lose control and have an episode. Once she was found and her medication resumed, these issues would cease. This reassured Dave, and he promised to inform the police if she contacted him again. However, soon after, Dave regularly receives annoying messages with threats and insults from anonymous social media accounts. These messages often targeted women connected to Dave. The number of such messages reached 60 per day, and the variety of accounts and platforms used to contact him kept increasing. Receiving threatening messages left Dave extremely scared. He reported these threats to the police. An ex-girlfriend of Dave's also told police that she had been sent similar threatening messages after the first date with him. She received threatening messages that if she continued to see Dave's, her child will be in danger. So she cut off contact with he. The situation worsened when Dave's friends began receiving messages accusing him of abusing women. These accusations spread widely, including on dating sites, causing him to receive a series of hostile messages from strangers. Dave had to defend himself, explaining that the accusations were false and lacked any evidence. Dave's life turned into a nightmare. People avoided and despised him. Meanwhile, Carrie, a woman he knew, had been missing for over 3 weeks, and the police were unable to trace her movements, phone, or bank card transactions. Everyone believes she is dead. But her relatives need to find her body and find out what happened to their daughter. Dave continues to be terrorized, so he is forced to contact the police again. However, they were actively investigating his girlfriend's disappearance, and they did not have the resources to investigate the threatening messages he received. In January 2013, Dave accidentally discovered Carrie's Ford Explorer in a parking lot near an apartment building. But it was empty. He immediately reported it to the police, who then inspected the car. The car had a scratch on one side, but there were no fingerprints on the vehicle's exterior or on the steering wheel, not even Carrie's, as if someone had intentionally erased them. However, a single fingerprint was found on a can of mints inside the car, but it didn't match any records in the national database and wasn't Carrie's. The car was very clean, except for a small pink stain on the passenger seat, resembling a spilled strawberry smoothie. After the inspection, the car was returned to Carrie's parents, who later sold it. Meanwhile, the threats against Dave become more and more terrifying. Dave kept receiving photos of the window with messages that the sender had a spare key and intended to break into the house and harm him. They also sent Dave's photos of his children with threats. Afterwards, they even threatened his neighbor. He even received a photo of a woman resembling his neighbor tied up in a car trunk. Frightened, he called his neighbor to ensure she was safe. She said that she was actually at home. During these times, Dave tried to dismiss the threats and hoped it would all end soon. This tense situation drew him closer to his neighbor, who was also targeted by the attacker. Dave and neighbor girl began to communicate with each other more regularly and share their experiences and worries. Often, while watching movies together, they would simultaneously receive threatening and insulting messages on their phones. After receiving several threatening photos, including some pictures of his children, Dave contacted the police again. However, the investigators seemed indifferent and did not take any action to resolve his problem. Frustrated, Dave submitted a report to a special unit in Omaha that handled such cases. Unfortunately, this department had only one specialist, who was overwhelmed with 94 cases and unable to assist him. Feeling desperate, Dave had no choice but to accept the situation and try to move on. He began to suspect that someone with mental health issues was behind the harassment, but he had no evidence to support this theory. Carrie's father had passed away, and her family grew increasingly worried when she missed the funeral. Instead, they received a text message with an apology from her, but no one had heard her voice for months. Carrie's family sensed that something was wrong and suspected that she was not the one sending these messages. In the spring of 2013, a man contacted Carrie's mother, Nancy. He tells Nancy that Carrie called and told him she was in a homeless shelter and wanted to be picked up. Nancy reported this to the police, and together they went to the shelter. Then they went there together, but they found out that Carrie wasn't there and she had never been there. Through the court, Nancy has been awarded custody of Carrie's son, Max, who had been living with them all along. Meanwhile, Dave and the neighbor's relationship becomes troubled. They constantly broke up and reconciled. She is increasingly annoyed and makes Dave uncomfortable. Ultimately, they ended their relationship in August 2013 because he doesn't want to build a serious relationship with she. Soon after, Dave's garage was vandalized. A few days later, Dave discovered that the house neighbor girl was renting had caught fire. The fire wasn't severe, so the rescue team was able to save the house, but the facilities need to be repaired. Tragically, a cat perished in the fire, prompting she and her 2 children to temporarily move in with relatives. She also informed the police that Carrie, who had threatened her, was the one responsible for burning down her house. Subsequently, Dave received a bizarre message, purportedly from Carrie, claiming she was pregnant. Knowing this was impossible, as he had undergone a vasectomy years earlier and was incapable of having children, this made him suspicious about whether Carrie was really the one who sent him the message. Moreover, Carrie had had a hysterectomy, making it impossible for her to be pregnant as well. 2 months later, a bright orange sign appeared at Dave's auto repair garage, accusing him of mistreating women. In January 2014, Dave's longtime girlfriend visited him at night. A few hours after they went to bed, someone threw a brick through the bathroom window. This incident caused Dave to become extremely stressed, and he realized that the situation had gotten out of control and become dangerous. Because the police did not take action, Dave decided to leave and move to a different house. He found a new job, changed his phone number and all his contact details, and bought a firearm for protection. As a result, he disappeared from public view for a long time and did not contact anyone. However, then, he registered on a dating site under a different name and arranged to meet a new girl. The girl never appeared at the date. Instead, he received a threatening message from Carrie. It turned out the girl also received a similar threat, which is why she didn't attend the date. Dave's neighbor girl also received an email expressing anger. It was from someone named Amy Flora, which was Dave's ex-wife's name. She suspects that Amy might be the one behind everything. Unable to reach Dave, so she contacted the police and reported the stalking. This theory seemed plausible because Amy has every reason to hate Dave for the divorce. During this time, Dave's gun vanished, indicating a possible break-in at his house and he could be in danger. He reported this to the police. As the situation got out of control, the police finally decided to take a closer look at the stalking. Their main focus is investigating Carrie's disappearance. When they questioned Dave again, they knew that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. With new details, the investigator doubted that Carrie was threatening her boyfriend and others. They don't understand why Carrie, who has been dating Dave for about 2 weeks, would threaten him and everyone around him. She even left her entire family, their home, and their successful job for him. It didn't add up and shows that someone may have kidnapped her and stolen her identity. On December 5, 2015, Liz Gollier, an old girlfriend of Dave's, called 911. She reported that she was attacked while walking home late at night through the park. She saw a shadow in the darkness before being attacked from behind and asked if she liked Dave, followed by a gunshot. Liz identified her attacker as resembling Amy Flora, Dave's ex-wife. The attacker shot her in the leg but then disappeared into the night. Luckily, Liz's injury was minor, and she was taken to the hospital. The police visited Amy to verify details and determine whether she was responsible for the shooting. However, Amy denied any involvement. During the investigation, the police discovered that Amy had received numerous threats from an unknown woman. Amy said that she had recently started communicating more with her ex-husband, Dave. This led to her receiving a series of threatening messages, telling her to cut off contact with him. She allowed the police to search her house, but they found nothing suspicious, and she had an alibi at the time of the attack. Detectives verified her alibi and confirmed the threatening messages, leading them to remove she from the list of suspects. Despite this, Liz insisted that Amy was the attacker. At the same time, Liz could not explain how she could see the shooter's face clearly in the dark when she was in a state of fear, and no one believed her claim. To confirm her statement, Liz brought with her a printed message confessing to the attack, which Amy emailed to her. This confession contained very detailed information about Carrie's abduction. On the morning of November 13, 2012, Carrie logged onto her social media page at approximately 6:45 a.m. The next time Carrie logged in was 3 hours later, to unfriend Dave. According to Amy's confession, this was when she abducted Carrie. Email sender accurately described Carrie's tattoos, including one not listed on the missing persons flyer. Email claimed that Carrie had suffered wounds in the abdomen or chest area, was then burned beyond recognition, and disposed of in a trash bin. It also included details about Carrie's car and house that hadn't been publicly shared, leading police to suspect that the letter's author had actually seen her body. They concluded that Carrie had been murdered over 3 years ago. But they believe that Amy did not do it, and they do not even believe that Amy herself would write a confession letter and sign it. It all looks like an unprofessional staging. The investigators were suspicious of Liz Gollier, who had provided an email from Amy, is the mastermind behind Carrie's kidnapping. A check of Liz's phone revealed that she had deleted some information. They found out that she was using an app to encrypt her location, making it hard to trace the origin of the messages. Nancy, Carrie's mother, got involved in the investigation. She believed that the messages sent to relatives by Carrie before she disappeared were written by someone else. This was because they contained grammatical mistakes and had an unusual writing style, unlike Carrie, who was always polite and articulate. Then, the police discovered that Liz had become obsessed and lost her sense of reality. She shot herself, all in an effort to terrorize Dave. It's hard to believe, but investigators keep trying to uncover the truth. Dave was shocked to learn about Liz's deception. For 3 years, she managed to conceal her actions, sending over 15,000 messages, dedicating 50 to 70 hours a week, like a full-time job. She used the timer to make sure she always had an alibi. Her actions stemmed from her possessive feelings towards Dave. She didn't want to share Dave with other women and was determined to win him back at any cost. Detectives began carefully questioning Liz after she was released from the hospital following a gunshot wound, with the hope that collecting information will help speed up the investigation process. Liz was interrogated, and she seemed very angry. She aggressively insisted that Amy should be jailed because posed a danger to society. Liz presented new letters purportedly showing more confessions about killing Carrie, revealing details such as Carrie being killed in her own car from the passenger seat. However, the detectives knew these claims were false and that Amy was not involved. They told Liz that Amy was now with Dave to observe her reaction. As expected, she became furious and lost control. The police continued telling Liz they needed evidence to charge Amy. They tried to link Amy to Carrie's disappearance, as Liz had accused Amy's. Liz began sharing more and more details about the crime. How did she know all this? The police located Carrie's car, which Carrie's parents had sold, and obtained permission from the new owners to inspect it. During the inspection, they removed the seat covers, revealing a large blood stain on the seat and smaller stains beneath it. DNA analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Carrie, who had disappeared 3 years earlier. They also discovered DNA traces belonging to Liz. This further increased suspicion towards her. Later, the investigation uncovered thousands of photos on Liz's computer. Most of these were selfies, but one photo showed a leg with signs of decomposition. The police identified the leg by tattoos matching those of Carrie. After a lengthy investigation, they discovered that the IP address used to send confession emails and threats supposedly from Carrie was linked to a person named Gareth. Liz's ex Gareth believed his beloved to be Shauna Gollier for many years. Little did he know that Liz was weaving conspiracies and a web of lies around the story of Carrie's disappearance. During the inspection of Garrett's house, the police found nothing of interest. However, a search of Liz's previous home uncovered new evidence. Officers discovered several mobile phones and electronic devices, including a camera owned by Carrie. It was confirmed that one of the phones was used to call Carrie's mother. This phone had a voice-changing app installed. Detectives also matched fingerprints found on a candy pack in Carrie's car to Liz's fingerprints, and they match. Liz's actions were incredibly cruel. She cruelly sent messages to Carrie's mother and son, giving them hope that Carrie was still alive. This deception went so far that Max, Carrie's son, wrote a message 3 years after his mother's disappearance to the number from which he last received a message from her. He wrote that if she was really his mother, she should come back because he wanted her to be with him at his graduation. Based on this evidence, Liz was arrested in December 2016. She was charged with first-degree murder, concealment of a body. Her defense team opted for a judge to decide her guilt, rather than a jury. The prosecution argued that she stabbed Carrie to death in November 2012 in Carrie's own car. They claimed Liz lay in wait for Carrie as she left Dave's house and attacked her when she reached her car. The prosecution presented all the evidence pointing to Liz's guilt. Another disturbing story about Liz's emerged during the trial. Liz once had a young son named Cody. Cody's father, who had a mental disability, cherished his son. When Cody was found unconscious, it was determined little boy died from shaken baby syndrome. Cody's father confessed to the crime and was imprisoned. However, his family believed Liz was the true perpetrator and had manipulated the father into confessing. Additionally, it was revealed that this was not Liz's only instance of harassment. After breaking up with another man, she stalked his new girlfriend, continued even after they married and had a child. On August 15, 2017, Liz Gollier was found guilty on all charges. She, however, did not admit guilt for any of them and showed no remorse. Her lawyer sought leniency, requesting a sentence of no more than 30 years with parole eligibility after 15. However, the prosecution argued that Liz lacked humanity and did not merit a reduced sentence. Consequently, she received life imprisonment without parole. Liz continues to deny her guilt and is appealing the verdict. Carrie's family never recovered her body, which remains missing. They long to find her remains to fulfill her wishes of cremation and scattering her ashes. The case of Yoselin Ortega. Yoselin Ortega was born in 1962 in the Dominican Republic as the youngest of 8 siblings. Her family was relatively wealthy, and her parents owned a wine cellar. She did not encounter any difficulties until her teens, when a sister of hers suddenly died from a brain aneurysm. This thing deeply affected her. She did not leave the house for about a year and suffered from depression, missing her sister. During this time, she began hearing voices urging her to harm others, but she confided only in a few sisters, asking them to keep it secret. For many years, almost no one knew about this, not even her parents, who noticed some odd behavior but attributed it to grief and depression over her sister's death. Yoselin continued with her life, resisting the voices and not harming anyone. After finishing school, she attended university to study accounting. Despite her struggles, but she graduated in 1985. She then decided to move to New York, where one of her sisters lived. After that, she and her sister started living together, working together to cover expenses. Eventually, Yoselin met a man and started a relationship with him, marrying in 1995. The following year, they had a son named Jesus. However, after their child was born, the relationship between the couple became worse even though they tried to save it. In 1999, Yoselin and her husband are divorced, leaving her alone with a young child in New York, where the cost of living is very high. Faced with a lot of financial difficulties, so she decided to send her 4-year-old son, Jesus, for grandparents to take care of. Then she returned to the United States, where she can earn more money for herself and her child. Yoselin lived with her sister, and they supported each other by working together in a factory and taking part-time cleaning jobs. She kept in regular contact with her parents and son, calling them almost every day. In 2004, Yoselin became a U.S. citizen. After saving enough money, Yoselin returned to her homeland in March 2008 to raise her son. Things were going well until April 2008, when her best friend Celine tragically ended her life on a balcony. This news plunged Yoselin into depression, making her extremely paranoid. She did not leave the house and forbade her son to go to school. Whenever she heard noises outside, like a dog barking, she will hide under the bed and force her son to hide with her. As time passed, the situation improved. Yoselin regained her composure, and her fears and worries faded away. She returned to work in the USA with her sister, leaving her son with her parents. Eventually, she met the affluent Krim family, who were looking for a nanny for their children. Kevin Krim, the head of the family, was a Harvard graduate, and his wife, Marina, graduated from the University of Southern California. They met at an Italian restaurant through friends and immediately hit it off. They got married in 2003. Marina and Kevin's first daughter, Lucia, was born in 2006, followed by their second daughter, Nessie, in 2009. When Marina was pregnant with her third child, the family relocated from California to New York due to Kevin's job. He was offered the position of chief executive officer at Symbian. Previously, he worked in senior roles at Bloomberg and Yahoo. The family settled in one of Manhattan's finest neighborhoods, Upper West Side. Marina stays at home to do housework and take care of the children, but she later started a blog to document their daily lives as a personal hobby. The second daughter, Nessie, had health issues that required Marina's full attention. As a result, Marina began to have difficulty doing housework and had no time to take her children to extra classes like dancing or swimming. Additionally, she was in the late stages of pregnancy, making it difficult for her to manage anything. Her husband, Kevin, was frequently away on business trips and couldn't assist her, so they decided to hire a nanny for help. Marina and Kevin began searching for a nanny. At the dance studio Marina attended with her children, they met Jocelyn's sister, Celia, housekeeper for another family. Celia introduced Jocelyn to them and sent her younger sister's resume. Impressed by Jocelyn's experience with children, they contacted Jocelyn's previous employer and received a positive recommendation. Then, they invited Jocelyn for an interview and immediately liked her. She was sociable, smiling, and friendly. They decided to hire her as a part-time nanny. She came to their home after lunch and helped with the children until the evening. However, the entire story about the resume was fabricated. Jocelyn has no experience with childcare, unlike her sister, Celia. However, she needed a good job, and when an opportunity arose to earn a decent salary of $500 a week, Celia helped her create a resume. Despite her lack of experience, but Jocelyn excelled in the job. She got along well with the children, and there were no issues for about 2 years. Unfortunately, the Krim family could not have anticipated the tragedy that followed. Jocelyn appeared to be a kind and trustworthy woman, and the Krims believed their children were completely safe with her. This gave Marina free time to teach at a drawing school, her hobby, and continue blogging. The nanny Jocelyn treated the family's children as if they were her own, often joking that she had not one son, but 4 children. The children loved her in return, giving her drawings and becoming attached to her. The youngest son of the Krim family, Leo, couldn't even fall asleep without her. Marina was very cautious. She rarely left Jocelyn alone with the children, she doing so only in cases of extreme necessity. Usually, Marina was always with the children, and Jocelyn just assisted. Even when Marina left the house, she asked her relatives to keep an eye on Jocelyn. According to Celia, Jocelyn was happy with her job as a nanny. She earned a good salary for part-time work and received gifts, including expensive ones. Krim family even bought her plane tickets to the Dominican Republic so she can visit loved ones. They became so close to Jocelyn that in February 2012, they all went on vacation together to the Dominican Republic. There, they met Jocelyn's family, spent a night at her family's house, enjoyed the wonderful vacation, and gave her family many gifts. Krim family also helped Jocelyn's grown-up son, Jesus, move to New York to be closer to his mother. They bought 17-year-old Jesus an iPad for school, let him stay with them, and paid him well just for walking their 2 dogs. Although he had graduated from school in his home country, but Jesus had to repeat the 11th grade in the US under a different American program at a regular school. When he wasn't accepted, Jocelyn had to arrange for him to attend a private school, which was expensive for her. She was very protective of her son and didn't let him go outside unless necessary. She made him hide under the bed during loud noises, as he did in childhood, and when he went to school, she would to follow him secretly to ensure nothing happened to him. In April 2012, Jocelyn faced difficulties when she was evicted from the Bronx apartment she shared with her son. She had invested heavily in the housing, but the landlord evicted them. She was forced to move back in with her 3 sisters and their families, totaling 6 more people. The living situation was overcrowded and cramped. Jocelyn asked the Krim family for a raise so she could afford separate housing. They agreed to pay her more if she also cleaned their house for 5 hours a week. She accepted, but for the first time in a long time, she again had financial difficulties because she had to raise her son and pay the rent alone. Despite a decent income, her expenses were still too high. This situation stressed Jocelyn to sell jewelry and cosmetics to neighbors for extra money. Initially, she was successful, but when she gave cosmetics to a friend to sell, the friend disappeared without paying her back. This left she with a significant debt, forcing her to take on more work. She started cooking rice and preparing chicken dishes to sell. The extra workload exhausted her. She complained to her loved ones, saying the Krim family should pay her to babysit, not to clean and do housework. She felt that their family was so rich, they should just give her a raise without additional duties, and she was angry with them. Marina knew that Jocelyn needed money and began introducing her to friends and acquaintances to work as a nanny. When new clients started reaching out, Jocelyn became upset with Marina. She felt that taking on more work would leave her with less time to spend with her son. Her frustration grew daily. During these months, she lost a lot of weight and appeared tired and worn out. Once a cheerful and happy woman, she became tired and disillusioned with life. She began to have hallucinations, had trouble sleeping. Celia noticed that she started praying frequently at home, reading religious magazines because she saw demons, and began visiting a psychologist. But she hid all this from the Krim family, fearing she might lose her good job. On October 25, 2012, Jocelyn arrived at the Krim family's house at 3 p.m. Marina met Jocelyn at the door, as she was leaving with Nessie for a swimming lesson. She instructed Jocelyn to pick up Lucia from school and take Lucia's to ballet. Then Jocelyn had to go home to put Leo to bed. In the end, they planned to meet at Lucia's ballet class and return home together. Jocelyn and Leo picked up Lucia from school as planned, but did not take Lucia to ballet lessons. Instead, they went for a walk in the park, ate ice cream, and then returned home. That day, Jocelyn first spoke to the janitor of the apartment building where the Krim family lived. She asked if Marina had returned home, but the concierge said no. Then, she, Lucia, and Leo took the elevator to the apartment and ran into a neighbor. Just half an hour later, a tragedy occurred. Around 5 p.m., Marina and Nessie went to Lucia's ballet class to pick up Lucia. Little girl was supposed to be there with Jocelyn. However, Marina found out that little girl did not come to class. Concerned, Marina rushed back to her Upper West Side apartment in New York. On the way, she tried calling Jocelyn, but Jocelyn didn't answer. Marina initially thought no one was home and that Jocelyn might be out with the children in the park. She went to the concierge to ask if he had seen Jocelyn and the children. The concierge told her that they had recently returned to the building and they may be in the apartment. Marina and Nessie went back to the apartment and began to search each room. When Marina entered the bathroom, she was met with a horrific sight. Her two children, Lucia and Leo, lay lifeless on the floor, covered in blood, and Jocelyn sitting next to them holding a bloody kitchen knife. Seeing Marina's reaction, Jocelyn stabbed herself in the throat twice. Marina got scared. She rushed out of the apartment with Nessie, screaming. The neighbors heard Marina's heart-wrenching screams, and the building security calmed her down before calling 911 and emergency services. When the New York Police Department officers arrived, they found a horrific scene in the Krim family's apartment. Two small children, Lucia and Leo, lay in the bathtub with knife wounds, Marina beside them, overcome with grief and horror. The nanny Jocelyn lay on the floor, bleeding and in critical condition. Doctors found Jocelyn, Lucia, and Leo still alive and rushed them to the hospital. Tragically, Lucia and Leo did not survive. They were pronounced dead on arrival. Lucia was 6 years old, and her brother Leo was 2 years old. The nanny, 50 years old Yoseline Ortega, survived. She was put into a coma and underwent surgery. She had cut her hands and neck with such force that she broke her cervical vertebrae. Marina was in shock and unable to provide any information to the police, so they gave her a sedative. Her husband, Kevin, who was returning from a business trip, received a frantic voicemail from Marina, but couldn't understand what she was saying. He only knew that something was wrong with the children. When he arrived at the airport, police met him and delivered the devastating news. He fainted and was given first aid before being taken to the hospital to be with Marina. They were overcome with grief and struggled to comprehend how their nanny, who had been caring for their children for 2 years and was considered a member of the family, could commit such a heinous act. A neighbor reported seeing Yoseline with Lucia and Leo in the elevator just 30 minutes before the tragedy. Lucia and Leo seemed happy and playful, while Yoseline appeared emotionless and detached. However, the neighbor didn't think much of it, as Yoseline had behaved similarly in the past. Other nannies in the area, who often helped each other, barely knew Yoseline, as Yoseline was very withdrawn and didn't communicate with anyone. They considered her strange. The autopsy revealed Lucia and Leo suffered a horrific death, with nearly beheaded bodies. Lucia suffered more than 30 stab wounds and cuts, indicating that little girl had fought fiercely for her life, leading to severe blood loss. Her younger brother, Leo, had 5 stab wounds to the neck, and his throat was cut from behind. There was no doubt Yoseline was responsible for the murder. Detectives began to investigate her background in detail. Yoseline was hospitalized for a week and she was saved. When she regained consciousness, she could only communicate through gestures. She only asked about her family, but she said nothing about the murdered children or the Krim family. Later, when Yoseline could speak, detectives interviewed her on November 3rd. She did not confess to the murder, but she expressed feelings of resentment towards Krim's family because they often reprimanded her. She refused to have a lawyer during the interrogation. She said she was in the bathroom at the time of the incident, and she denied responsibility for causing the injuries that led to the deaths of Lucia, 6, and Leo, 2. In addition, she said that the children's mother, Marina, knew why this happened. On November 13th, Yoseline Ortega was charged with the first-degree murder of the children, but she denied her guilt and hired a lawyer. As New York had abolished the death penalty, so she faced life imprisonment. Yoseline was given a psychiatric examination and psychiatrists found her to be sane and able to appear in court. During the proceedings, Yoseline declined a plea bargain from the prosecution, which offered her a 30-year sentence in exchange for a guilty plea, allowing her potential release at around 80 years of age. However, she chose not to explain the incident and motives behind the crime, opting instead to be represented by a lawyer. The lawyer argued that her actions were due to her mental illnesses. She broke down and lost control when she harmed Lucia and Leo. 2 psychiatrists for Yoseline testified that she heard voices, including satanic ones, telling her to harm herself and the children. They stated that she had experienced hallucinations since her teenage years in the Dominican Republic, but her condition had not been diagnosed or treated. Before she was arrested for murder, several family members and friends noted that Yoseline's behavior had changed in the weeks leading up to the crime. She said she saw demons and shadows of people haunting her. She frequently cried and prayed for the demons to leave her alone. Shortly before the murders, she threw pots and pans at the pool and kitchen walls to drown out the voices in her head, and sometimes banged her head against the wall to drive the demons away. Yoseline's sisters blamed the Krim family for the tragedy, accusing them of exploiting she, not allowing her adequate rest, failing to notice signs of mental illness, and leaving her alone with the children. In court, a psychotherapist who had seen Yoseline testified that he did not find any signs of mental disorder in her, only anxiety and mild depression due to concerns about her son. A recording of her conversation with a psychologist was played, confirming that she did not mention hearing voices or experiencing other symptoms of psychosis. The possibility of Jocelyn having a mental illness was dismissed. A psychiatrist, called by the prosecution, assumed she was angry and was faking psychosis. A relative of Jocelyn mentioned that she envied the Krim family because they could provide for their children in ways she could not, and she had to send her son to live with his grandparents when he was only 4 years old. The defense argued that tensions had arisen between Jocelyn and the Krim family. Besides taking care of the kids, she was also paid to clean their apartment and do odd jobs, which she was reluctant to do due to an allergy to cleaning products. She also disliked being asked by Marina to work for other families. On one occasion, Marina asks her to look after another family's child while their nanny is on sick leave. She agreed, but the next day she refused to go to the other family. Marina confronted her about this near the school, in front of strangers, making she feel uncomfortable. Afterward, she sat in the park and cried. She believed that Marina intended to humiliate her in front of others. Tensions between the Krim and Jocelyn continued to rise. They were unhappy with her work in the weeks leading up to the murder and had warned her that if she did not improve her performance, she would have to find another job. In particular, Marina felt that she did not spend enough time interacting with the children and fed them unhealthy food. The day before the murder, Marina did not say goodbye to she, which made she very angry and upset. Jocelyn was upset with the Krim family due to a constant lack of money. She also disliked the frequently changing work schedule, which sometimes caused her to miss doctor's appointments. Prolonged dissatisfaction, along with mental disorder, made she increasingly angry, something she could not control. Without realizing what she was doing, she committed murder, her lawyer said. However, the prosecutor argued that the crime was carefully planned in advance. The day before the crime, Jocelyn returned home, took medicine for a headache, talked to her sister Celia, and asked her to care for Jesus as if little boy were her own son. Celia agreed without understanding what Jocelyn meant. On the day of the murders, Jocelyn ensured her son got to school safely and said goodbye to little boy before heading to work. She left Celia an envelope containing important personal documents such as her passport, driver's license, bank cards, insurance certificate, and some cash. She also attached a paper bag with family memorabilia, photographs, and her jewelry to her son's room door. The prosecutor believed this was her way of saying goodbye to her family, she knowing she wouldn't return. She also deliberately did not take Lucia to ballet lessons. The prosecution argued that Jesus' move to the United States triggered her, increased her anxiety, depression, and guilt, so her resentment toward the Krim family also increased. On April 18, 2018, the jury found Jocelyn Ortegas guilty of first-degree child murder. The jury describing her actions as pure evil and dismissing the defense's argument that she wasn't responsible due to mental illness. Although the judge acknowledged that her mental illness influenced her actions that day, he expressed regret that she nor had secured the psychiatric treatment she needed. However, he stressed that planning a crime on that day had been meticulous. Before the court handed down its verdict, Marina said that Jocelyn ended up destroying her own family. At this point, Marina broke into tears, and Jocelyn shamefully lowered her head. Despite the terrible tragedy, the Krim family remained strong. They went on to have 2 more children's sons named Felix and Nose. Kevin requested the judge impose the maximum penalty on Jocelyn to ensure she would never leave prison. He observed no remorse from her and believed she should just spend the rest of her life in prison. The prosecutor echoed Kevin's request, urging the judge to sentence her to life imprisonment without parole. He argued that Jocelyn not only brutally killed Lucia and Leo, and she didn't even regret her actions. She attempted to end her own life to escape responsibility for her actions, but her plan did not succeed. Jocelyn's lawyer requested leniency from the judge during sentencing. She argued that the jury reached this decision because they were influenced by Marina's emotional state, not based on an objective assessment of the evidence. Ultimately, the judge ruled in favor of the prosecution. On May 14, 2018, Jocelyn Ortega, aged 55, received the maximum sentence of life imprisonment without parole. However, she remained composed for most of the trial. The case was particularly difficult when it involved the children, which moved many to tears, but Jocelyn did not cry. When witnesses described the kindness of the Krim family towards her, she shook her head in disagreement. However, she began to cry when the verdict was announced. After the verdict, Jocelyn expressed her regret in Spanish, saying, "She's very sorry about everything that happened," and asked for forgiveness from God, Marina, and Kevin. During the trial, it was disclosed that the Krim family had been misled by false claims of Jocelyn's experience as a nanny. The case of Christy Johnson. Christy Johnson was born in 1981 in Santa Clara, California, USA. She lives with her parents, Teresa and Kirk Johnson. When she was a child, her family moved from California to Saugatuck, a small town in Michigan. Saugatuck is a quiet town with less than 1,000 residents. It seems like a safe place to build a happy future, with an extremely low crime rate. The locals feel so safe that they don't even lock their doors. It's a tight-knit community where everyone knows each other. Christy has an older brother named Derek, who is just a few years older than her. Her parents later divorced, but they maintained a good relationship for the sake of their children. Christy and Derek took turns living with their father and mother as required by the custody agreement. As a result, Christy quickly took on household responsibilities. From the age of 12, she began helping her mother, including managing the family budget. Christy sought part-time work to gain independence and avoid having to ask her parents for money. Eventually, her brother Derek enlisted in the army and decided to pursue a career in the military. During this time, Christy was in high school. Christy is fun and interesting to talk to. She leads an active and healthy lifestyle. Christy enjoys sailing, surfing, and anything water-related. She also enjoys theater and is a member of a small acting club. In the winter, she works as a waitress at a local cafe. Her pleasant, polite, and sociable attitude attracts many customers. Christy grew increasingly eager to leave the small town of Saugatuck, as the peaceful environment there did not suit her. In 1999, she graduated from high school, finally having the freedom to begin forging her own path to success. After some reflection, Christy decided to begin her journey of exploring different cities, exploring different jobs. Initially, she moved in with her grandmother in the small resort town of Santa Maria. Population 100,000. Finding a job to support herself was important. She then worked as a systems administrator for an electric utility company and continued her education. Christy decided to enroll in the University of California, a 40-minute drive from her grandmother's home. Although she used her savings to buy a car, the daily commute proved difficult, so Christy looked for work closer to her studies. Christy got a part-time job with a film crew. Her experience working in a theater group helped her adjust to her new work environment. She was hired as an assistant on the set of a horror film, where she met people from Hollywood. She interacted with world-famous actors and directors and felt extremely happy. Christy was fascinated by the world of cinema. Inspired by this experience, she wanted to get more involved in the industry, so she enrolled in professional makeup courses taught by Hollywood makeup artists. After mastering these skills, she considered becoming a makeup artist on set and planned to move to Los Angeles. She eventually moved to Los Angeles, where many famous film studios were located. When she arrived in her new environment, she avoided parties and social gatherings. She had a boyfriend whom she met a few years ago. They kept in touch despite the distance, and later he moved in with her. They rented an apartment together in Los Angeles. Since 2002, they have been struggling financially. Although it was not easy, Christy persevered in finding a stable job. Christy still had not found a steady job, so most of her income came from her boyfriend. Then their relationship deteriorated. Christy confided in her mother that their arguments often ended with him physically abusing her. She felt trapped in a toxic relationship. Her mother began looking for a new place for Christy to live. Eventually, Christy left her boyfriend, moved into a small apartment, and continued her studies. Her father supported her financially, hoping that she would find her way. By November 2002, Christy had found a job at a cell phone company. Although the job did not match her career goals or salary expectations, her mother then found her a new home close to her workplace in Santa Monica, a town near Los Angeles, where Christy shared a living space with two other girls. During this time, she transferred to Santa Monica College. Christy's Hollywood dreams did not come true. Her relationship ended and she started over. Despite this, she remained determined and continued to pursue her dreams. On February 15, 2003, Christy was scheduled to attend a party. Before that, she went to a shopping mall and had a long phone conversation with her mother about her future plans. This turned out to be the last time the family heard from her. The next day, February 16th, Christy's mother tried to call her daughter. At first, she was not worried, thinking that Christy might be resting or working and unable to answer the phone. However, when she received no response, she became more worried. By 9 a.m. the next day, Christy's mother contacted her workplace, where Christy was known to be punctual and reliable. Christy's manager confirmed that she had not shown up for work. Attempts to trace her through social media or banking transactions were unsuccessful, as Christy had not posted about the party or made any banking transactions since February 14th. A coworker told her that Christy was supposed to be attending a party. Christy's mother searched her daughter's social media but found no useful information about the event. Although Christy shared many photos of her life, she had not posted anything about the party. The mother also reviewed Christy's bank account transactions and noticed that there had been no activity since Christy stopped communicating. Worried, she called all the hospitals, but Christy was not admitted to any of them. On February 17th, her mother reported Christy missing to the Santa Monica Police Department. Police investigated whether she had been involved in any traffic accidents but found no clues. Friends who lived with her reported that they had not heard anything unusual after she went missing. Police contacted her ex-boyfriend, Todd. They considered the possibility that he might have harmed her, but he denied seeing her. Neighbors said they saw Christy on Saturday, February 15th, on her way to a party, but they did not know who she was with or where the party was. The police had to get at least something connected with the Christy, so her car, a white oil Mint, was sought. While interviewing her mother, they learned more about her ex-boyfriend, Todd, and her new boyfriend, Lucas. However, Christy's mother had very little information about Lucas. She didn't even know his last name, which complicated the investigation. It had been 48 hours since Christy was reported missing, a critical time frame in which police feared she might not be alive. They began checking cell phone records and discovered that Christy's last outgoing call was made at 5:34 p.m. on February 15th. She had called the helpline at 411, which could indicate that she was in distress and seeking assistance with an address or phone number. The conversation lasted about 3 minutes, suggesting it was important to the investigation, but specific details could not be obtained because the calls were not recorded. After that call, Christy's phone battery died, with her last known location being near Ventura Boulevard. Police reached out to the media to assist in the investigation. News outlets quickly began to cover Christie's disappearance. Police searched Christie's apartment for clues and discovered a receipt from a lingerie store dated February 15th, the day she went missing. They also learned that Christie had been in contact with Todd, her ex, despite his violent tendencies. She last visited him on February 7th. Police discovered a key clue while reviewing Christie's emails. On February 13th, Christie sent a message to the event manager expressing her intention to purchase tickets. However, she was told that all the tickets were sold out and was placed on a special waiting list. This tactic is often used by event organizers to deceive customers and then sell tickets at a higher price. The police then found Christie's new boyfriend, Lucas, and interviewed him. He reported that he last saw Christie on February 14th, the day she went missing. They spent the evening watching a movie before saying goodbye. He passed a polygraph test, had a solid alibi, and did not raise any suspicions with the police. Next, police spoke with Christie's ex-boyfriend, Todd, who also had an alibi. He was confirmed by multiple witnesses to be out of town. Police focused in particular on the party Christie attended when she went missing. Police contacted the organizers of the event and were surprised to learn that Christie had never purchased a ticket and did not attend the party. This raised questions about where she might have gone instead. To reconstruct the timeline of that evening, police reviewed transactions made with Christie's bank card. This investigation revealed the stores she had visited that day. Police then searched for surveillance camera footage that might provide details or clues about her activities. The police then received a call from a woman named Susan Murphy, who reported seeing a suspicious person. She recounted her encounter with a man named Victor Lawrence Paleologos at a store, where Victor said he was a representative of a film company that was casting for a new James Bond film. Susan said he asked her to audition for the role of Bond's girlfriend, complimented her appearance, and tried to convince her to join. Feeling uncomfortable with him, she eventually turned down his offer. To ensure her safety, her husband, a former police officer, went to see Victor. He spoke to Victor to try to learn more about his intentions, but Victor fled without providing any useful information. Susan later investigated Victor further and discovered that he had lied, that he had absolutely nothing to do with the film. Victor likely fabricated this information to meet beautiful women, although his motives remain unclear. Although Susan is safe, Victor is still at large and could pose a danger, making it important to verify this information and locate him. They then decide to interview employees in the store. Police described Victor, who had a reputation for harassing attractive women, in these conversations. At one store, a clerk reported seeing a person matching the police description but was unable to provide any useful details. The search for Christie intensified. Police deployed dogs and volunteers to the area where she was last seen. Volunteers searched for Christie and her car. Although police had received multiple reports of sightings of a similar vehicle, those reports turned out to be false. On February 24th, police received a crucial tip. They located her car, a white Mazda Miata, in a parking lot near the shopping center where Christie had been shopping. A forensic scientist then arrived to conduct a thorough examination of the car, collecting fingerprints and other evidence found inside. A water bottle was found in the back seat, and Christie's cell phone was found in the front seat. The police encountered an unexpected revelation when they spoke with the parking attendant. He recalled an incident involving the car in question. The vehicle arrived at 17:45, but it was already reserved for another customer. A man exited the car, and when informed of the reservation, he reacted aggressively. He threw the car keys at the attendant and left without further explanation. Sadly, there were no surveillance cameras in the parking area, making it impossible to identify the driver. With no leads, the police returned to examining the Christie's purchases from that day and were taken aback. On the day she disappeared, Christie had bought a set of clothes that matched the description Susan had given when Victor asked her to prepare for the casting. He instructed Susan to buy the shortest black miniskirt possible, along with a white shirt, stockings, and shoes. All these items were purchased using Christie's bank card, leading the police to suspect that this was not merely a coincidence. This suggests that Christie may have fallen for a scammer, similar to what happened to Susan, although fortunately she was with her husband. Unfortunately, there was no news of Victor, and the police had no way to contact him. Police once again spoke to Christie's housemates. They recalled that Christie had indeed attended and tried out the role, although they could not recall the specifics. During the discussion, they noted that it was related to James Bond. They mentioned that Christie was very excited about the event, and she had gone to get ready in costume. Christie was worried about being late for the tryout the role, which was scheduled for 5:30 p.m. Police reviewed the camera footage several times to locate Victor, and unfortunately, the footage was of poor quality and they were unable to identify his facial features. However, with the help of witness statements, police were able to create a composite sketch of the prime suspect in Christie's disappearance. By February 26th, the sketch was complete. An experienced police officer familiar with the case identified the suspect as Victor Lawrence Paleologus, who had just been paroled on January 20th, 2003, after serving a sentence for sexual assault. Victor often used tactics like promising casting calls or parties to lure his victims. This approach worked for him, especially near the Walk of Fame, where many young women who come to Los Angeles to dream of Hollywood make them easy targets for predators. Victor first received a suspended sentence for attacking a girl. In 1998, he attempted to rape Katie Devina, presenting himself as Brian, a film producer. He received a very short sentence for this crime. There are also indications that Victor had embezzled money from a company before. In addition, several other women came forward as victims of his attempted rapes, but the police reports did not result in any consequences for him due to lack of evidence. He once attacked his ex-girlfriend in her own home. Although this was also an unsuccessful sexual assault, he stole money and jewelry from her apartment. This crime was largely overlooked, resulting in only a suspended sentence. He then seduced a girl named Heather, as he had done with others, and convinced her to dress in a way that pleased him. He then attempted to tie her up and rape her, but she escaped. Victor was sentenced to 2 years in prison and was paroled on January 20th, 2003, just 3 weeks before Christie went missing. After his release, Victor quickly returned to his previous criminal activities. By the time police began searching for him, he had been arrested for stealing a BMW X5 in Beverly Hills and attempting to sell it using false documents. During a search of his wallet after his arrest, officers discovered a wallet containing several stolen IDs, credit cards, and other documents. The police showed Susan a photo of Victor. At the police station, Susan quickly recognized Victor in a lineup, despite his attempts to disguise himself by hunching over, changing the shape of his arms, and changing his hairstyle. Susan's husband, who had tried to stop the attacker, also confirmed Victor's identity. However, a security guard at the parking lot where Christie's car was found could not recognize Victor, as he had only seen him briefly in the darkness. Victor denied any involvement in Christie's disappearance and insisted on having a lawyer present before speaking to the police. Victor expressed concern that the authorities might be trying to frame him because he was on parole. Police kept collecting evidence against Victor, and a new witness soon came forward. A realtor had been working with Victor for several weeks and noticed his unusual behavior while looking for homes priced up to $700,000. They visited multiple properties each day, and during one visit, they experienced an incident involving lost documents and keys that suggested Victor might be involved in theft. After the realtor saw Victor's photo in a police report, they recognized him as a possible suspect. The realtor recalled Victor behaving nervously during their last meeting. which happened around the time Christie disappeared. Additionally, while viewing a house, Victor tested the soundproofing by shouting from the bathroom, raising police suspicions that he was scouting for a potential crime scene. The police investigated all the homes Victor had visited, paying special attention to one where Christie's phone last registered a signal. They searched for evidence or Christie's body but found nothing. However, when they searched Victor's apartment, they discovered unsettling photos of women in revealing clothing. After 12 days of investigation, Christie's family remained hopeful for her safe return, while Victor was uncooperative, denying any involvement but acknowledging that he had seen Christie before she disappeared. Victor was born in 1962 in Pennsylvania as the youngest of 5 brothers in a family. He attended college, earned a bachelor's degree, and then moved to Los Angeles for graduate studies. He was married from 1990 to 1993, during which time there were allegations that he attempted to poison his wife after she reported his business failures. Feeling aggrieved by the world, Victor turned to crime, and his obsession with attractive women led him to violence. On the night Christie went missing, Victor and his lawyer provided an alibi backed by witnesses, stating he was at a restaurant with a friend. Nevertheless, police believed he might have had enough time to abduct another victim despite his alibi. On March 1st, a new witness contacted the police, saying that he had seen Christie on February 15th. She was near his house, asking for directions to a mansion that looked like a castle. His wife overheard the conversation and gave Christie directions to the location. Christie later called the information desk, confirming that she was indeed looking for a house that looked like a castle, which also fit the type of house Victor was considering because of its soundproofing. While the police were following up on this lead, something else important happened. On March 3, 2003, 4 teenagers hiking in the Hollywood Hills discovered something unusual about 100 meters below them. At first, they thought it was a mannequin, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a human body. Without cell phones, they rushed to report their discovery to a woman walking her dog on the road. The woman then went to where the teenagers pointed. She saw the victim's legs were tied and covered with a blue cloth. The woman was wearing a gray hoodie, her hands were tied behind her back, and there was a hair tie around her right wrist. She immediately called the police. Rescue workers and police quickly arrived at the scene and, after much effort, were able to remove the body from the Hollywood Hills. The medical examiner identified the body as that of Christie Johnson. Police notified Christie's parents of the tragic news, and they were devastated by the loss. Christie's body had extensive bruising and abrasions. The condition of the body was poor due to significant decomposition from exposure to heat for several days, along with a rainy day. Her face was particularly unrecognizable due to the severity of her injuries. Christie's ear was torn, and there were significant bruises on her head and neck. These injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma and strangulation, which were determined to be the cause of death. Police believed that Victor was responsible for the murder, but they needed to prove that he did not have an alibi for the time of Christie's murder. To do this, police spoke to his friend Joy, who mentioned having dinner with him that night. Upon questioning, Joy stated that they met much later than the time of Christie's death. Joy stated that Victor arrived late for their meeting, around midnight, even though they had planned to meet earlier. Victor had scratches on his face, which he attributed to minor injuries sustained while moving. The police have pieced together the events leading up to Christie's disappearance. The man, who frequently targeted victims at a shopping center, approached Christie, a young girl he found attractive. He claimed to be working in the film industry and invited her to audition for the role of James Bond's love interest, presenting himself convincingly. Flattering Christie, he insisted she was perfect for the part, playing on her ambitions and making it hard for her to refuse. He arranged to meet her at a property he was visiting with a realtor, claiming it was for the audition. Christie prepared for the meeting and wore the outfit he requested. When they met, she became the target of his attack. She tried to scratch his face to fight back. Victor overpowered her, raped her, and killed her to prevent her from reporting the crime. He first struck her on the head and then strangled her, believing she was dead before leaving her body in the Hollywood Hills. Tragically, the blunt force trauma and strangulation didn't lead to her death immediately. She lost consciousness, and he assumed she was dead. When he discarded her onto the rocks from a significant height, she sustained even more injuries. Finally, she regained consciousness and died slowly. On May 12, 2003, the district attorney charged Victor with kidnapping, rape, and first-degree murder. The defense was well prepared to fight for his freedom, as there was no direct evidence linking him to the crime. The prosecution faced a challenging task, relying on compelling arguments from forensic experts. The defense challenged the estimated time of death, citing the presence of insects on the body. However, the similarities between this case and previous attacks attributed to the same criminal. Preparations for the trial took time, and Victor finally appeared in court in July 2006. The defense argued that the prosecutor's office had little to no direct evidence linking Victor to the victim, as there was no DNA, fingerprints, or surveillance camera footage. This lack of evidence was attributed to the fact that the body was discovered 2 weeks after the disappearance, by which time it had decomposed significantly, destroying any potential evidence. However, the prosecution gained the advantage of testifying about who had accused Victor of harassment. They portrayed him as a skilled manipulator. It was clear to everyone that the victor was responsible for Christie's death. To avoid the death penalty, he decided to negotiate with the prosecution and plead guilty to a lesser charge. The only remaining step was for Christie's family to accept this deal. By that point, the trial had been ongoing for 3 weeks with little progress, and its outcome was uncertain. After enduring so much pain, the victim's family was willing to compromise to ensure justice was served. However, on the day the verdict was announced, the victor submitted an 11-page request to the judge, asking to withdraw his guilty plea. Fortunately, it was too late for him to change his mind. Victor Lawrence Paleologus was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years.